Con. I know it's been a minute, but without a further ado, I want to say shalom to my Aquafium and Akium. You know, another good Thursday. I know y'all been missing these Thursday night, you know, classes. It's been a lot of stuff going on. We gotta get in enduring, and we gotta get in these famines that's going on, because the Most High is definitely, and I mean he is definitely laying the smack down on these heathen and punishing Babylon without a shadow of doubt. But without further ado, we're gonna kick it off with our good beloved brother TB Gabar would talk to me nicely.
Well, I gotta reminisce about this one. Look, I got the E5 on my neck. Yes, I got the small fries, right? I got a mediator. I said we God chosen. Let me come out the darkness. Oh, don't do it to him. How much he got? Don't do it to him. Man, do it to him. I don't give a damn about it even though they want to talk a lot of shit and they scoffing though. But it's all right. You can get your judgment. I'm trying to talk to shake, lift them up through the spirit. Let me judge you. We the judge the earth. Look at how the Most High made the world for our sake. You can say the master, he didn't say the Most High the second. Yahweh shot a plug. I didn't want to think about it. Let me switch and sound. I got the lights on, but they turn off. When I move wicked, my mind's so gifted. But I'm just trying to walk away from the pastor. Not you. You trying to talk about some Bible, but you don't believe. Wait, you say the laws we ain't got to achieve. Let me breathe. Got the E5 on my neck. Yes, I got the 12 cross. Oh, I got the mediator chosen. Chosen. Right. We gotta walk on the dolphins. Instead of we gotta walk on the darkness. We just gotta step. I said it's rain, but it pour. The enemy is looking me when I needed more. They said we got gifts, but this is not Christmas. And I'm looking at myself. I was born sinning, trying to follow with my father dead in his shoes. But this is just the spirit, man. But it doesn't feel. I seen a brother with his feelings on. What was that? But let me read what the Bible say. Yeah, that's a law. You gotta keep those. That's a law. We gotta keep those. Nah. Such and such. You rather scarf me, you rather scarf me. With the chitty chat. Nah. Talk to me nicely. You know you with the chitty chat. Please. Talk to me nicely. I don't need to. Book chapter verse. I can pull up like H-O-I. Yes, I'm a papa. I speak like Ariella. My flesh no confused. Now it got confounded. I'm cooking up the scripts like I got a lesson. I didn't shove a iron. Mirror, who is that? Don't text. I'm trying to change my way like I am different. Now they saying that we Christian. What's the difference? I'm an Israelite, moving like a Christian, but I'm trying to be a disciple, moving self-discipline. Let me hold it down, and I'm 10 toes down, and they looking at me on the corner, man, that clown. And walk out the darkness, yes, walk in the light. Let me get a state of mind, please. Sweet poetry. Walk out the darkness. Step in the light of light. Damn, it is beautiful. But I'm down by the scenery. Walk out the darkness. Walk out the darkness. Walk in the light of light. Sometimes things like
Come. So let's get right into the call and see who is on here.
There are 2 participants in the conference. Please announce yourself.
God, Shalom, Yasharala, what's going on?
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom. So today we're going to be talking about enduring tribulation. We'll also be talking about famines. So I don't know if anybody well, one second, you know, if you're not speaking, can everybody please be muted? Everybody please, can you go on mute? All right, the water. Okay, so we understand there's a lot of stuff going on right now. And I wanted to start with an opening prayer. Psalms 121. If everybody want to go and follow with me while I read Psalms 121 in the English, then in the Paleo Hebrew, you can. All right, this is Psalms 121, verse 1. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from where comes my help from Yahweh that made heaven and earth. Not give heed to be shaken thy foot unto slumber. Your keeper. Hold on one second. Let me read it in the let me read it right here in the KJV, because in the straight transliteration it reads different. One second, Slovakia. This is Psalms 121. I lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord, Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved, that he that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Right? And this is Psalms 121 in the Paleo Hebrew. Asha Ayanya Ol Harharium Ma'ayan Yaba'a Izaria Ma'ayin Yahweh Aisha Shamyam Wa'arataza Ol Athan Lamawat Ragalka Ol Yanawam Shamaka Hana La'a Hanawam Wala'a Yayashan Shawamar Yasharal Yahweh Shamarka Yahweh Tazaolka Ail Yad Yamyanka Yawam Hashamash La'a Yakaka Ya Wayarak Balayala Yahweh Yashamarka Makal Rai Yashamar Ath Napashka Yahweh Yashamar Tazaathka Wabawaka Ma'ainta Wa'aid Iwalam Man. And Psalms 121 is a very, very beautiful psalm to read when you need protection, especially during these times. We got, I want to go into an article about how we just came out. Well, we're still actually in a gas shortage and a gas price, um, inflation just after our latest cyber attack, and there's another cyber attack crushing the meat industry, right? And the Mosai said that there's going to be famines on this earth, right? And I want to go into an article about these famines that's been happening to our people, man. Not only to our people, but this whole nation. It was told, like the Most High said. But does anybody have anything they want to say or anything they want to bring out before I get into this article? Khan, go ahead, Op.
Yeah, I just heard about. Well, I heard about that. The new cyber attack on JBS last week, and it's kind of funny when they were just they're in a bad spot already, where they had to shut down some of their plants, but all of a sudden now they got a cyber attack and they had to shut down the whole operation. It's kind of fishy.
Khan, this definitely fit. Like, this where it gets into, is it something strategic and they're doing it purposely? Because I seen a doctor come out and say that Dr. Fauci and Obama were overseeing a project dealing with SARS virus, and Dr. Fauci had said that it was dangerous to make new and different strains of SARS virus, so they gave the contract over to Wuhan, China. And they did this 5 years ago. Like they did this like 8 years ago. So it makes sense that when Obama said, in a couple years from now, there might be a disease that spreads out all over the earth, because guess what? They developed it. And on the news, it literally lets you know that it was, at first they were going against the notion that it was a genetically modified virus, man-made, right? So they were going against it and saying, oh, somehow it's natural. We understand it takes millions, supposedly under Charles Darwin, millions of years for something to evolve into that estate. And humans everywhere don't just be eating these type of animals that be giving SARS out there for it to be, what I want to say, for it to accumulate or develop and change over time. This is something that was done in a lab. Usually SARS be hitting animals. So that's coming out and nothing is done. So with the meat industry, it could be that they're purposely doing this. Right, so lock ears, bro. If you're not the reader or the teacher, please can you go on mute real quick? All right, so it could be like the brother Cornwallis said. It's some fishy stuff, man. It's always something fishy. But I definitely remember them talking about it 2008. I think it's 8 through 13 cyber attacks, and how cyber attacks can easily crush the U.S. infrastructure, and them not changing and developing the U.S. infrastructure for the future. It could punish them. Like we seen that with Texas, when Texas had those cold storms, they had those winter blizzards. Texas was warned, and I believe in 2007 to insulate their pipes, because their pipes were going to bust because they weren't able to deal with cold weather. So this could be things that they known about and they're allowing it, or they known about and they didn't deal with it at all, and it's biting them in the back. Like same thing with the meat. The meat manufacturer, I believe in this article I'm gonna pull out, is they've been having problems, right? Same thing with the freight truck companies. It's like everything that's happening, it's already something already something where these companies were already on the downcline, or they're already struggling, and it's just making it worse. I seen in California, I'll pull it, in California, I think meat, the price of meat went up 70%. But I'm gonna go to the Washington Post and see what they're talking about this JBS situation, right? So this is Washington Post. Let's see, where is it? By Hamza Shaban and Ellen Nakashima and Rachel Lerman, June the 1st, 2021, right? And it says, JBS, world's biggest meat supplier, says its systems are coming back online after cyber attacks shut down plants in the US, right? This didn't only affect America. It didn't only affect Babylon. This affected Canada. And that was crazy for me to understand. I was like, wow. But let's see what they're talking about. In its statements, it said it was making progress at resolving the cyber attack. The vast majority of its plants would be operational Wednesday. Several of its pork, poultry, and pre-prepared food plants were working Tuesday, and its beef plant in Canada had started operating again. So even in Canada, the beef plant was hit. You know, the Most High is not playing with these nations, man. And all these attacks from Russia. Gog and Magog is looking for the smoke. Our systems are back online, and we are not sparing any resources to fight this threat. JBS USA CEO Andre Nogueira said in a statement, "We have cybersecurity plans in place to address these types of issues, and we are successfully executing those plans." Earlier Tuesday, the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union said that the company was forced to suspend operations at its 9 beef processing plants across the United States after it was hit by a ransomware attack. Company officials disclosed the attack to the White House on Sunday and have said the breach an extortion attempt by a criminal group likely based in Russia. Gog and Magog is no joke. Russia and China, it's articles coming about what Russia and China is saying. Earlier, Russia had made fun of the U.S. about, I don't know if anybody has seen the latest military commercial. Has anybody seen the latest military commercial for the U.S.? Lie. Oh man, y'all gotta see it. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Oh, Russia was making fun of the U.S. Right, so I'll give you the gist of it. The latest military commercial for the U.S. to recruit people is about a white woman. You know, a white woman. She's a liberal. She's a Democrat. She grew up. She had 2 mommies in a home, right? And you know, one of her mothers struggled with walking, but she was able to walk and marry her other mother. And she said she was in college and all her friends were doing something cool, so she decided to join the military, right? So since that happened, you had, not only did you have many U.S. citizens go against that video, and they turned the comments off on the video, Russia and China came out with their own new military commercials, and they look completely different, and they were mocking the U.S. Right? So, and we also have cyber attacks coming from Russia. It says it's the latest in a rash of recent high-profile cyber attacks, highlighting the vulnerability of corporations, government agencies, and civil society groups as suspected foreign hackers, becoming more brazen in their demands. So after the it talks about it more and more. So it's these different groups that's attacking the U.S. It's not even they're saying, quote unquote, it's not even the Russian government, right? Quote unquote, it's not even the Russian government. And this goes back to when they supposedly hijacked and helped Trump win to be in office with the ballots, right? Supposedly. So Russia is doing their thing. They definitely doing their thing. 3 weeks ago, a ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline disrupted the East Coast fuel infrastructure, setting off panic buying and temporary gas line shortages across the states. Experts say it's too soon to determine how JBS cyber attack will affect meat supply chains, a significant concern for an industry that has been battered by waves of destruction that predate the coronavirus pandemic. So they've been having disruption with their meat production before coronavirus and all those shutdowns. So just imagine how much money this company has lost, right? It says, JBS says it is not aware of any evidence at this time that any customer, supplier, or employee data has been compromised. President Biden was briefed on the ransomware attack on Monday and directed the administration to monitor the issue closely and to assess any impact on supply or prices, said the White House official, who spoke on the conditions of anonymity. That's a hard word. Anonymity, because the person was not authorized to speak in public. So they can't even talk about what's going on and how these things are happening. But we know everything is of the Most High. Is there anybody on here that can read for me? Anybody on here that's able to read for me right now? If so, give me Jeremiah 24:10. If not, I'm gonna read my. Can somebody give me Jeremiah 24:10?
Jeremiah 24:10.
Khan, who's reading?
Brother Hassan, H-O-I-N-T.
Khan, Shalom, Mark.
Shalom.
All right, bring out that Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 10.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 24, verse 10. And everybody have it, take time. The Jeremiah, chapter 24, verse 10. And I
Well, Salakia, start at verse 9.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 24, verse 9. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, a taunt and a curse, in all places whither I shall drive them.
So this is talking about the punishment that we receive, right? He's going to drive us into all these other kingdoms and give us curses. And every place he's going to drive us, we're going to have proverbs, a taunt, and a curse. Right? This is talking about us, where we're at, right? Read verse 10.
Verse 10, and I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers.
So this is talking about Judah being consumed out of Israel, and it being scattered all over the earth through famine and wars by the sword. And we see that, we understand that gas, when that gas shortage happened, I ain't seen no white people worrying about how to get well, they were worrying. They were getting all these, they was getting all this extra gas. I seen that. But when I was talking to Israelites, Judah was like, they was worrying too. They ain't have no money for no gas. The gas prices going up. They can't hoard gas like Esau can. These things is gonna hurt us. I remember there was earlier there was a famine over poultry. It's hard. They were saying it's gonna be hard to get chicken. It's gonna be hard to get chicken. It's gonna be hard to get beef. And we understand, and all this happened on so-called Memorial Day, right? And also, well, I believe before Memorial Day, and also before 4th of July. 2 Memorial Days where Israelites go out and do what? Grill. They get all the meats, every meat they can. They get the pork. They get the steak, the filet mignon. They get all the whole chickens. They get the chitlins. And we tell our people they need to get out of all these philosophies and stop dealing with all these folly days. And guess what the Most High did? The Most High shutting it down. And this the thing that I love to always say. Y'all took the jab just to get jabbed again by the Most High. Your hand's too short to box with the Lord. And you're still not getting it. That's the problem with Israel. The Most High got to continually punish us. No matter where we at, no matter where we going, the Most High, he's not playing. But us, the ones that are keeping this law, give me Psalms 37 and 19. The ones that's following the Most High, we ain't worrying. Just like when man, I don't want to say any trigger words. Shalom. Just like when the plague happened, right, this year, right, and they shut everything down because SARS. That's pretty much what it is. So they shut everything down, saying everybody can't go out. Everybody got to be 6 feet apart. They got to wear a mask. And guess what? The followers of the Most High didn't do that. We ain't put no mask on. We ain't be 6 foot apart. Majority of us didn't catch it. I don't even know one Israelite. Well, I know one, but not personally. And that was Tazadakia. And he died. Supposedly he died from it, right? But most of Israel were not affected. They weren't affected economically that I know of. And medically they didn't get hurt. Everybody was fine that I know. But Jake in the world, they got like 4-5 family members that died, that done passed away. They lost their job. They worried about when they're going to go back on their government job and when it's going to open back up. These things, I'm glad I didn't eat pork and I'm trying to give up the shrimp. You gotta give up them sea roaches, man. Gotta give up them sea roaches, Israel. All right, bring that Psalms 37 and 19 out.
Good. The book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 19. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied.
Yo, in the days of this is talking about us, man. Seeing Jake work, yo, man, we gotta get, we gonna run out of chicken? That's all I eat is chicken. I don't know if y'all see, I don't know if y'all seen, yo, let me, this lady on damn TikTok, good God, eating, Shalom. This lady on TikTok named Johnny Watermelon with 2 N's and a I-E-N. Johnny Watermelon. Yo, this lady eating she eating the whole watermelon. She eating the whole chicken, just what, like, and she cooned out. She dipped the watermelon in Kool-Aid and said, y'all don't dip y'all watermelon in the Kool-Aid, I don't want y'all talking to me. And guess what? But because she want to be so funny and make fun of that, her ancestors were only forced to eat that type of food. The Most High said, well, damn it, I'm going to snatch the chicken from you. It's going to be a chicken shortage. It's going to be a meat shortage for you Negroes. Because Israel don't want to listen. I could just imagine on what she would do on 4th of July. I couldn't even watch her videos no more. I could just imagine what she would be doing on 4th of July, what she would be grilling. All the chicken and watermelon. And this is Eve, man. This is the black Israelite woman cooning like that. And all you see is white people in the comments laughing. It's insane, but you know what it is? She ain't gonna have no more damn chicken. Most High willing, she don't have no more damn chicken that she can eat for her damn TikTok videos. All right, read it again,
God, look at Psalms chapter 37, verse 19. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied.
Yeah, we're not gonna be ashamed in the evil times, man.
Keep on.
Now you hold that right there. We're not gonna be ashamed in the evil times, man. We're not worried. We know the Most High got us. It's Jake and Eve and these other nations that be running around with like they're chicken with their head cut off because they don't got no power. They don't have no faith. They don't got no covering in that day of destruction. That's why we the ones that everybody is looking at, man. And I think I seen IOIC put up an article as well about a young man, a young Judite man telling his coach he's a Hebrew Israelite and eating pork is against his religion. And they had pepperoni pizza. And his coach forced him to eat that pepperoni pizza. You got the chicken shortage. You got the pork shortage. See, look, the Most High, man, I pray the Most High be hitting these meat factories, man. I hope the Most High shut all the pork factories down, man. After hearing that. I hope the Most High shut all the shrimp, or how Jake like to say it, the scrimps, all the damn scrimp factories. I hope the Most High shut it down. All the hog, it gotta go. I hope those are the ones affected, because that's what Esau want. He want us to continue to be eating all these things the Most High told us not to eat. The Most High, he's no joke. He will make a famine on these wicked Israelites if they don't change. Our forefathers and foremothers died. They would die before they eat that. they just to touch it, they would think it was crazy. But to eat it, they would rather die. And y'all are out here accepting this stuff like it's a present, slapping it on a grill and being happy to eat it together. The Most High not with that, man. And we seeing the Most High wrapping these judgments up more and more. Right? Read verse 20 out.
Verse 20, the book of Psalms, chapter 37, verse 20. But the wicked shall perish.
But the wicked shall what?
The wicked shall perish.
But the wicked shall perish. A lot of our people, man, if they don't repent from what they're doing, they're gonna perish. They're gonna perish in these famines. If they don't start cleaving to these other nations, they're gonna perish in these race wars. They're gonna perish, man. They're gonna perish in these diseases, these pestilences that's going on. Because guess what? These meats, a lot of these meats have been getting hit by pestilences. I don't know if anybody knew, but China is one of the largest exporters of pigs, of swine. China's one of the largest exporters of swine, and a lot of their swine last year, I think 2019 and 2018. My bad, not last year, but 2019 and 2018, or 2019 through 2020, you know, their pigs were dying from diseases. The Most High is not playing with Israel no more. A lot of the wicked is getting destroyed, even with this pestilence. And I gotta bring it up again. Israel, us that's following the Most High to the best of our ability and pouring our hearts out to him and seeking him diligently. We running around mask off like Future, pushing this word. And Jake can have his mask on everywhere he goes, still get the thing and be finished in the hospital. Because he don't got that covering. It's more than just a medical thing. It's a spiritual thing. And that's what they don't get. They lining up to get the jab. Jake think, oh, well, as long as I get the jab, I'm safe from this thing. Still not seeking. And this is the thing that kills me. Still not seeking the Most High. Our people will run to any and everything but the Most High. I keep going on that out.
Can you will?
And the enemy of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs.
Yo, and the enemy of the Lord, Israel that's not practicing the truth, think that they can talk to the Lord, do what they want, and the Lord just gonna allow what they doing. Like it's cool. The Lord said you're gonna be like the fattest lamb, just like all the big dookie turkeys y'all be having, and y'all be the Most High done slaughtered it. All the ham hocks, you're gonna be the biggest slaughter. Right, keep going. You still there?
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. Shalakia, I was on mute.
Shalom, brother. I want to.
Shalom.
Shalom. Shalom.
Shalom.
And the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume.
Keep going.
And to smoke shall they consume away.
Boom. And to smoke they shall consume away. The Most High's been hitting them with plagues. The Most High been hitting them with famine. and that we waiting on it. We waiting on it, man. We waiting on that. We waiting for the what do I want to say? The homecoming event. We waiting on it, man. For them nuclear missiles, they're gonna be consumed up into smoke. They waiting. There was a Iranian warship that set on fire and sunk. Nobody knows how that happened. Nobody knows how a huge warship just set on fire and just sunk. Yo, these people. It could be a possibility they already attacking each other. Israel and Iran and these other states, because they're already shooting bombs at one another, and as sooner or later it's gonna pop off. We might be in them times. We might be in them trying times. So that's why we gotta understand that. Look, these famines are not for the followers of the Most High. These pestilences are not for the followers of the Most High. These judgments and destructions are not for the followers of the Most High. It's for the wicked. It's a spiritual thing. Jake think he can go to Esau and get jabbed up, and he could run around outside with no mask on. Give me 2 Chronicles 16, and give me start at verse 11. 2 Chronicles chapter 16, start at verse 11. There's a lot of background noise.
Second Chronicles.
Is that you, Ak, or is that somebody else? If you're not reading, please go on mute. So we don't want to have like a lot of background noise drowning out the water. Go ahead, Ak, bring it out. Or was that you, Hassan?
Son. What'd you say, Ak?
Oh no, you good. That wasn't you. Bring it out, Ak.
Come on. The book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 16, verse 11. Let everybody have it? Say, Colin. And behold, the acts of Asa, first and last. Lo,
Right, keep going.
they are written in the book of the kings of Judah and Israel.
Right, this is written in the book of the kings in Judah and Israel, and I'm gonna show you something very deep about how our people think and how we think. Right. All right, keep going.
Con. And Asa, is Asa or Asa?
You could say Asa or Asa.
Con. Go on. And Asa, in the 39th year of his reign, was diseased in his feet.
So Asa, he was diseased while he was king. Let's see what Asa did. Did Asa pray unto the Lord, or did he go to man for help? Let's see what Asa did. Right, keep going.
Until his disease was exceeding great, yet in his disease he sought not to the Lord.
He what?
But he sought not to the Lord.
In his disease, he sought not to the Lord. What's Jake doing out there? Oh man, I want to be on the beach again. Let me get the jab. I want 2 Krispy Kreme donuts. Let me get the jab. Oh, they what they do? Oh, we getting beer, free beer. Let's get the jab. Oh, I could go outside and look at the women. They get a free bag of weed. Oh, let me get the jab. They're not seeking after the Lord. This is the problem with our people. They don't seek the Most High. The Most High judged this place to give them a chance to choose life or death. Are they going to run to the Most High, get their life straight? Or are they going to choose to still hold on to that rudiments of the world? And this is something even Asa didn't even know. Keep going.
But to the physicians, and Asa slept with his fathers and died in the 140th year of his reign.
And Asa, and because he didn't seek to the Lord, Asa died. Even in the Levitical priesthood, in the law, when they administer herbs, before they gave you the herbs, they prayed over it. Everything we had was spiritual. It was spiritual behind it. Before we give you the medicine, they're going to pray over it. Because they knew it was deeper than just the medicine. They knew it was deeper. It was something spiritual. Our people are so cut off from the Most High. It's just crazy to think about what's going on in their mind. It's like they don't got, it's no hope for Jake out here. There's no hope. And we out here, the truth is spreading. It's getting bigger, but our people are in even greater and more gross darkness, man. Gross darkness. Give me Romans 8 and 35. Romans chapter 8 verse 35. See, while Jake is running from the Most High. See, this will let you know. Don't get mad when you see Jake and Eve and they not listening to the word and they doing what they want to do in the world. Your family members, they taking the, don't worry about it, because they the same ones. If that jab had the mark of the beast in it, they would take it for 2 Krispy Kreme donuts. This is how low we've become as a people, that you willfully accepting bodily harm for 2 Krispy Kreme donuts in a in a bag of weed. This is how bad we done got as a people. The only thing he worried about is, I'm gonna take this jab, I'm gonna smoke me a little something and eat me 2 donuts and I'm good. This is the mind state our people are on. I don't get mad at Jake no more or Eve no more. I just understand where they at with the Most High. That's what they chose. I'm choosing the kingdom. Look, at least Solomon, it took 1,000 wives and all the riches of the world to make Solomon go off. It only takes a bag of weed and 2 Krispy Kreme donuts for Jake out here, man. So I know the Most High's mad. I know the Most High's mad because I'm mad. Bring that scripture out.
In the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 35. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ?
Who?
Tribulation?
Hold that. So who shall separate us from the love of Yahushua, Mashiach Yahushua? Is it going to be tribulation? Your parents say that you in a cult. You ain't no Israelite, boy. You're black, Asiatic, Moor, whatever else they coming out here. That little tribulation, your white friends in the world don't like it. You get a little tribulation. you're gonna get tribulation. That brother, I hope that brother that went through that situation where his coach had to force him to eat that pork, I hope it don't stray him away. And I know for a fact that coach is facing a lawsuit. Lord willing. But you never know. You never know. He might get away scot-free. Because we know it, we got to be in that tribulation period, man. It's that time to endure. Look, you're going to have to, I want to go out like this, the 7 holy children. You better skin me alive, flay me, boil me, behead me, scalp me. You better do something. You was not about to make me give up the ghost over 2 damn jelly donuts, man. Not about to do that to me. Right, keep going.
Lucky. Shall tribulation or distress or persecution,
tribulation, distress, persecution, famine. Right, we seeing these things everywhere we go. They know us, but we're infamous. We're not famous. We're infamous. You're a Hebrew Israelite. I get that all the time. I ain't do nothing to nobody. All I do is read this word. In fact, the people who hate me the most are the ones that oppress me, and my own people are on their side. Are on their side. And they got the audacity to be like, why do you not like white people? Give me one reason why I should. And they sit there quiet. We go through tribulation just for saying the truth. It causes distress. People be distressed. The family about to kick them out. They coach is forcing them to eat a pepperoni pizza. Because you a Hebrew Israelite, I ain't dealing with that. You see the hatred. Yo, this how you know we at the end times. I wasn't here about we forcing this young man because he a Hebrew Israelite. He just following biblical cut. You wouldn't dare do that to no Muslim. But it's because that we are sticking up for something that's bigger. And they afraid. They don't want their youth to get into this. They don't want our men and women to get into this. They want to defame us and try to shame us out of following the Most High way. It ain't gonna work. Right, keep going. Start at famine.
Or nakedness. Oh, Salakia. Or famine. Or nakedness. Or peril. Or sword.
Or sword. I don't know if any of y'all seen. I know brothers and sisters are very fond of our brothers and sons of thunder, right? And it's sad to say, it's sad to see we had to go back the brothers up because Black Lives Matter have homosexual black men, an Asian woman, 2 white men as their bodyguards, heckling them and threatening them, threatening to shoot people, threatening people with the sword. And I thought Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. I thought Black Lives Matter, man. And it's so... Do you know how crazy that is? Stop the Asian hate. But this Asian woman can flick cigarettes at our brothers. The white lady that's over there can say she about to shoot somebody. She gonna shoot a black man. The white boy saying, come over here, get shot. And you seeing these black people allowing it to happen. They gonna threaten us with the sword, man. They don't lock brother Naquan up for no reason, just for teaching. You don't see this happening like that to other people, other nations. You don't see that happen to Asian people. You don't. All right, drop that. Give me Job 5 and 20. Job 5 and 20. So we gotta understand, man, it's gonna get turned up. We're gonna have famine. We're gonna have persecution. We're gonna have wars, rumors of wars. It's just getting turned. It's like every year is something new. As soon as we came out of social distancing, the shooters, the school shooters, the mass shooters could not social distance themselves from an AR-15 and a crowd of people. You took the shot just to get shot. The Most High is bringing massive judgment on this nation. Nobody's going to get away. The only people that's going to escape is the followers of Hamashiach. That's it. And I see it now. If they haven't seen it, we got to argue. We got to fuss. We got to scream at. Now we got to humble down and talk. We doing everything we can just to save your life. I just want our people to know that. We doing all this for you to save your life. We don't got to do that. We don't have to deal with people throwing stuff at us, spitting on us, threatening us. We don't have to deal with none of that. But because we trying to save you from yourself and these punishments that's about to be on you. You hate us. I just want you to know that. We not the ones out here shooting, killing, berating, attacking, following, stalking people. Everybody that hate and against us are defaming us. These things are going to happen, but guess what? The Most High got our back no matter what. They attacking the wrong people. They defaming the wrong people. All right, bring it out. Job, was it 5 and 20?
5 and 20.
Con.
So chapter 5, verse 20. In famine, he shall redeem thee from death.
He said, in famine, he shall redeem thee from death. We're going to be protected, man. The scripture says how, and I'm going to get it later. The scripture says how his servants are going to eat. We're going to eat in that day. Jake and Eve think that they just going to get away. The Esau going to save them. They're going to build a bunker or something. You ain't got no bunker like Esau. You don't got all these things. Esau got 20 years worth of food somewhere under his house. Esau been prepared. Our people, the only preparation you get, and you can do a little preparation. Only true preparation that's going to deliver you is keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments, gathering together and following the Most High. That's it. That's the only preparation that's going to get you out of this. That's it.
That's right.
If they don't get that, they got a rude awakening. If Asa in 2nd Chronicles understood, let me ask the Most High to heal me, he would have got healed. But he thinks solely off of physicians or substance, he's going to get saved. The Most High told you straight up, if there's any evil done in a city and he ain't done it, you got to be confused because he did do it. He gives you life and death. Everything is from the Most High. He's giving you the foundations to live, and our people still don't want to listen. Right, bring it out, Doc. You still there, Doc?
Oh, sorry about that. I keep from the power of the sword.
And in war, from the power of the sword. Yeah, when Esau and Black Lives Matter saw that, we backed up our brothers and sons of, they gave up the ghost. They weren't on that type of time they were before. They saw all the women were going, the children were going. It was like 40 dudes out there just standing. It was like, whoa. What was all that tough stuff then? The Most High said he would deliver us from war. You can't mess with Israel, man. You can't mess with Israel and think you're going to get away with it. You can't. You can't, because you're not. You definitely not. And if our own people got to understand that, they just got to understand that, man. It's not like, you know, Israel ain't get smacked for going up against Moses, against the righteous. They'll get it too. Because Israel be playing these games, talking about Black Lives Matter. It's just a money get up. It's been a money get up. From Michael Brown family not receiving any money from them patronizing them. They didn't get patronized from any of the money. The Michael Brown shirts. Even Eric, I Can't Breathe. Where the money at? The family ain't, the victim of the whole movement, family ain't even get the money. The Most High gonna deal with y'all.
Right.
All right, give me Jeremiah 18. Give me Jeremiah 18, start at verse 10.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 18, verse 10. If it do evil in my sight, if it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice.
Right, so the Most High is letting them know right now, look, Israel, if you still out here selling weed, drugs, thugging, stealing, lying, killing your own people, cleaving to other nations, trying to make covenant with them, all this foolishness that's going on that's against the Most High. The Most High is letting you know right now. He's talking to you, all the evil, because you don't want to obey his voice. You want to be polyamorous, like like Jada Pinkett Smith daughter, Willow Smith, dealing with multiple different men at the same time. This is folly, man. The Most High is not dealing with that. And you gotta understand, the Most High is talking to you that don't obey. And I know for a fact, Jaden Smith, I know for a fact he is off. Gotta be dealing on that sodomite spirit. These scriptures is for those that don't obey. I keep going.
Then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I would benefit them.
Boom. Deuteronomy 28:10 lets you know. Don't get it. Deuteronomy 28:10 lets you know. He said, if you follow and do everything I command you, I give you good. You go to the 15th verse. If you don't do... Whoa, what was that?
You gotta put it in. Hey, you gotta mute your phone, Israel. Mute your phone.
Who's that? If you're not the reader, or the speaker right now, please stay on mute.
Do my best to call Parag, or you speak Spanish. Do my best to call Parag, or you speak Spanish.
That sound Creole to me. But look,
Bring it out.
please just be muted. I don't want to mute you. or kick you off the call, because if I kick you off the call, you is not going to be able to get back in here, because I'm going to lock it if you're a scoffer. But please just go on mute, right? So he says, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I would benefit them. Bro, you don't get the benefits of the kingdom and the blessings because you're just an Israelite. You got to go through tribulation. You think you're going to get the blessings, the protection, the power, the kingdom, the glory, the fame, and you ain't doing it. You giving up the ghost over 2 goddamn glazed donuts. Really 1, but they're going to get 2 on donut day. 1 glazed donut. You giving up the ghost. A ounce of weed. You giving up the Jake of a lap dance. You gotta be out your mind. Right, keep going. Verse 11.
Now, therefore, verse 11. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 18, verse 11. Now, therefore, go to, speak to the men of Judah.
Keep going.
And to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, thus saith the Lord, behold, I frame evil against you.
He said, I frame evil against you. Right, keep going.
And devise a device against you.
And he devised a device against you. They're coming out saying that the jab everybody's taking can have long-term side effects. Doctors are saying they're in fear. You take it 5 years, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. But also even bigger, the virus itself was created in a lab. An evil device. He going to devise it against who? The wicked. The ones that's not obeying his voice. Israel was... You notice how they were saying the black community was affected the most? Israel was dropping dead left and right. Just like when it comes to these hurricanes and these tornadoes, the Most High be finishing these heathen. These heathen be finished after a hurricane and tornado. They hurricane and tornado magnets, wildfires. These devices the Most High be using to not only destroy these heathen, but it is to destroy Israel too, because they wicked. They're not obeying them. I remember there was a hurricane that was supposed to come through Atlanta. It went right around Atlanta and destroyed the hell out of Esau. Right around Atlanta and destroyed the hell out of Esau. If you would keep these commandments and follow the Most High, you would have protection like that. But Jake want to be wicked, and he get finished off these devices. All right, keep going.
Return ye now, everyone from his evil way.
Keep going.
And make your ways and your doings good.
Right, it says make your ways and your doings good. Yo, we be on a corner begging. We basically begging our people. We begging Eve, put some clothes on. We the only one. We really the only ones that really love our women. We really the only ones that really love our women. Because no man, the only man that's really gonna respect a woman and tell her put some clothes on and respect herself and be something is her father. And guess what? A lot of our women, they don't even have that in their home. So when we on the corner telling them to do that, they don't know how to take it. Because Jake, he giving her compliments. You look good in a fishnet dress. You look good, looking half naked, looking crazy outside. It's hot, your makeup melting. But you're doing all this for bugged out Jake. You look good, you look, he not even telling you, number one, look, you don't gotta do all that. We're not with the crazy beauty standards. Jake will sleep with anything, any damn way. Our women naturally look good. You want to put a dress on because you want to respect yourself and respect the Most High. And you want to attract men that will respect you. And if you have children, you want children that you teach and lead to be respectable. But Jake, he just want to see you naked. That's it. Jake just want to see you naked. When the women going out there talking about body positivity and women's rights, why is it no man says, oh, I don't got no problem with them running around here butt naked or showing their body? Because that's what the men want. Ain't no man gonna run out there and be like, yo, y'all need to put some clothes on because you need to respect yourself. No, he gonna run up there, act like he a part of your movement, give you a hug, take some pictures with you while you're naked. But we the real ones that really love our women, man. And our men, we the ones that really love our own brothers. You can't go to a gang to get this type of love. You can't go to the Christian church to get this type of love. You can't go to the military to get this type of love. We the only ones that love our men, our women, and our children. And we begging them to be righteous. Every day. Keep going. Verse 12.
And they said, there is no hope, but we will walk after our own devices.
That's it right there. Hold that. That's the code. This is what makes me mad. And you can't tell me this is not the black man, woman, and child. Soon as you read that Bible, yo, we got hope. Reread this book. We can be a nation again. We can rule over all these other. Our God will defend us. I ain't reading. I ain't doing that. Ain't no reason to do that. I was a Christian all my life. Ain't no reason to do that. Why are you reading that book? I don't want to listen. They just, I'ma do what I want to do. I want to wear what I want to wear. And if it's Jake, you need to be out this block by the time I come back. Look, we're going to still be here. And we're going to tell. But our people want to walk in their own devices. When they saying we not, you got black people saying we not Hebrew. Get out of here. Get out of here. It's so much evidence. You got fake Israelis saying that it's more proof that we're the chosen people than them. Get out of here. Just tell the truth. You don't want to deal with the Most High. You rebellious. You want to do what you want to do. So guess what? You are going your own way. For doing your own thing. Cleaving on the Esau, looking for his wisdom. That's why the dating market is messed up. The woman's trying to be the man trying to be the woman. They can't get because they don't even follow the Bible. Why is it the truth breeds more marriages, but the world don't? If there's no hope in the truth. We get women and men all the time coming to us and be like, well, the women are finished. The women in the world are finished, but the women in the truth are not. The women come around, the men are finished. They can't. The men in the world are finished. The men in the truth are not. But guess what? It's no hope. It ain't no hope. It's the same thing. I done seen it so many times. When Jake come up and be like, yo, what should I do? What should I do? You telling them what they need to do, and they don't do it. I can't do that. then why even ask for my help? Right, keep going.
And we will, everyone, do the imagination of his evil heart.
So all them, they doing the imagination of their evil heart. Jake taking a jab for some weed. Yo, you gonna take the jab over some weed just to get high, just to get a Krispy Kreme donut. You got Eve on TikTok devouring, consuming a whole watermelon. The lady looked 90 pounds, devouring a watermelon to please Esau so he can laugh at her. So she could be a Sambo coon and make money because Esau thinks it's funny. She's swallowing a whole watermelon right behind a chicken. This is what our people are reverted to. And guess what? This is what they deserve. Keep going.
Therefore, thus saith the Lord, ask ye now among the heathen, who have heard such things.
Right, keep going.
The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing.
God says you can ask go ask Esau. Esau gonna tell you, oh yeah, they running around with their gangster music. They got the pants low. They shooting everything up. The woman on Section 8 popping out. Ask the heathen. Even Moab got the worst English. They got the worst English. His English is so broken, but he'll tell you, you are a nigga. Don't steal, nigga. That's what you're gonna get. Just ask ask Ishmael. Ishmael think that our women are the men is a bunch of slaves, and the women are a bunch of harlots, and they need to subjugate us with Islam. Ask the other nations. Yo, you ask Esau. Esau be quick and say, well, if you didn't get put into slavery under Christianity, you will have a bone in your nose. And just ask these other nations, man. We got the proverbs, the bywords, but we're not making it better because guess what? We're not following the Most High. When Esau see a brother in the truth pushing this word, he acts different. He see a woman in the truth, they look at you different. They look at Jake in the world and be like, oh, that's just a regular old nigga. And they see us and be like, I don't know what this is. What's this about? They intrigued. It look like we hopped off a spaceship or something. Like, where these black people come from? Never seen this. Where these Hispanics come from? Where these natives? Why they act like this? They don't act like the regular ones. Cause y'all finished out here. Y'all do some of the most wickedest stuff, and Esau already know it. Esau already know it. These other nations know what we be doing. The Lord literally said, just ask the other nations how y'all acting. And there's some truth to it. Because the Most High is allowing these bywords. When Esau said, if you want to hide something from a Negro, put it in a book. That's true. Because if they would have held the Revelations 1 and 3 like we do and read, Esau wouldn't be thinking like that. Esau don't be like, oh, I can't. Esau know he can't hide stuff from black people. Well, Israelites. He can't hide nothing from Israelites. We done read the Russian icons. He done took the Russian icons off the market. It's a $20,000. $20,000. Why is it all the books Hebrew Israelites read is out of nowhere? Oh, it's low on print and it's $100,000, $20,000, $10,000. It's not because black people's reading. No, it's because we waking up and we proving without a shadow of doubt who we are, and they trying to stop it. You can't ask the heathen about us. The heathen are afraid of us. Out of nowhere, everywhere I go, Esau says, yes, sir, no, sir. And when he look at Jake, he be like, yeah, what are you doing, bud? What's going on? What are you doing around here? It's a different energy. Just ask the heathen. The heathen ain't afraid of you, Jake and Eve. He ain't afraid of no Black Lives Matter. He afraid of the Israelites. When they see us, they run the other way. That's the difference. You, they ask you for directions. You helping them with the luggage and nodding your head and being right behind them. You might as well put you on a leash. But for us, we got them bowing down and kissing our feet. They missing out on the blessings. Right, keep going. Verse 14. You still there, Rock?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, the mute button.
Yeah, it's all good, Rock.
The virgin of Israel have done a very horrible thing. Verse 14. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which cometh from the rock of the field?
Right, keep going.
Or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken?
Right, so I'm gonna give you a great example, right? You're in a desert. It's hot. It's 103 degree 103 degrees, right? It's hot. You see, so it's cold at night because the desert because convection, the degrees fluctuate. It could be hot at day and below zero at night, right? So at night, it's hot in the morning. You don't think, oh, let me gather the snow so I can have a bunch of water in the morning. It's gonna melt in the morning, so I have water. You just walk past it. You see a river of cold water, and you're in the desert. You're in Lebanon. You don't think about drinking it. This is how foolish our people are. You in the desert, you ain't even worried about being thirsty. Right, keep going.
Or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Verse 15. Because my people have forgotten me, they have burnt incense to vanity.
Now hold that. They done burnt incense to vanity. They done forgot the ever-living water. This how you know this our people. Who be burning incense? Shalom. Shalom. Who be burning incense for vanity? I'm gonna ask a question. Who do you think of when they be burning incense for vanity? Which one of y'all can take a guess?
Benjamin. When they out there smoking weed.
Nah, that's more of a herb. I do this one. I do it better. What incense did they be burning for vanity? It's a specific incense they always, whether it's Benjamin, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Gad, Reuben. It's a specific incense they always be burning for vanity. What incense y'all think it is? All right, Khan, go ahead, Aqua.
Shalom. I think it's frankincense.
Nah. Frankincense is the most high. Somebody else. Who else? Khan, go ahead, Ak.
Sage from the Cold Show.
That's close. It's not what I really was. Somebody else?
Salakia.
Okay, go ahead, Aqua.
Is it Sage?
There you go, right on the button. Sage. Every denomination, religion, with spirituality, they burning damn sage. They burning sage to their ancestors. They burning sage to make more money. They burning sage to different gods. They burning sage to get rid of spirit. They burning incense for vanity. You don't see Esau doing that. You don't see that. It's mainly Israel doing this foolishness, man. Sage is Israel thing. Especially Egyptologists. They be deep in that sage.
Egyptologists. Well,
Right, keep going.
and they have caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient path to walk in path and a way not cast up.
You see that? So they burning incense. They dealing with the Kundalini energy. They dealing with Hinduism. Learning all of Hammurabi's Buddha's teachings. They doing all this stuff, and they don't even remember the ancient ways. They don't even consider this book. They don't consider the Bible. If it's a man or a woman and she burning sage, best believe if you read them the Bible, the first thing they're gonna say is, "I don't deal with it." They either Egyptology, they're Wiccan, a witch, or they're in a different philosophy. They ain't even considering the ancient ways. They're not even worried about what's going to happen. Right, keep going.
Time to make their land desolate and perpetual hissing.
Keep going.
Every one that passeth thereby shall be astonished and wag his head.
Yo, everywhere Israel is at, and we traveling and doing these pull-ups, it's sundown understood. You go to New York, it's somewhere where you like, oh, you go to the Bronx, like, damn, man, it look like a damn bomb hit this place. Good God. You shaking your head. You come to Atlanta. You go to certain areas in Atlanta. You go to the Buck in Atlanta. It looked like the place got hit by a nuclear missile. Trash. It's finished. You go to 5 Points. It's kind of like that too. It's finished. You shaking your head. Everywhere you go, you look at some of these. You look at these reservations for Gad. Be looking at how they so in turmoil and in the living conditions there, and you shaking your head. Yo, this is the punishments that we be going through because the wickedness of our people. Everywhere we inhabit, everywhere we going where it's wicked at, you can't do nothing to shake your head. Jake on the corner selling weed with his pants down. And sometimes it don't even have to be just the economic condition that we're in. Yo, you could go into a nice suburb neighborhood and they taking the jab. They lined up. They got the rainbow flag in front of their house. They burning incense. They got the dream catcher. It's a bunch of, like, all you can do is just shake your head. Right, keep going.
I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy.
Right, keep
I
going.
will show them the back and not the face. And in the day of their calamity.
Right, so the Most High is like, when it's time for me to come and defend you, you're gonna be scattering running left and right in the day of your enemy. When your enemy come, you ain't gonna be able to help yourself. You running. You ever seen I'm trying to think about it. It's a lot of old 90 hood movies where it's a shootout in the street or at a party. Everybody's scattering. Everybody's scattering like the wind. They going all different directions. I believe it's I know in Boys in the Hood, when the dude was shooting the Uzi in the air, everybody scattered and left. Yo, when in the day of your enemy, when he come upon you, scattering like that. And instead of you being faced, the Most High seeing your calamity to help you, he turned his back on you. You ain't listening. If you would have been on these streets teaching, keeping the Shabbat, doing your best, anything, the feast days, whatever you can, to try to cleave and follow the Most High, the Most High would acknowledge what you're going through and defend you. But now he got to turn his back on you because you're wicked. These are the things in the church they ain't telling you. In the church, they tell you come as you are. You're loved, you help, whatever you do. Now, God don't hate the sinner. He hate the sin. But clearly, the people who are sinning, God turned his back on them. Why don't they read these scriptures? Why didn't God say, oh, I'm not going to turn my back on you because you're sinning. I still going to help you. Jesus still going to help you. He's going to love you. God's going to love you. Just throw some money in the bucket. No, here it lets you know you didn't want to listen. You're going into all types of folly. The Most High turned his back on you because of your wickedness. You can't get away with doing what you want and think the Most High is always going to save you, Israel. You got to be Israel, and the world won't get it. They trying to figure out why we going to slavery, why we getting shot and killed, the truth is because they weren't the truth and they weren't really following the Most High. That's a hard pill to swallow. And we're going to continue to be under these conditions until what? Israel wake the hell up. All right, keep going.
Then said they, come and let us
No, hold that. That's good. Give me Jeremiah 15 and 2. Jeremiah 15 and 2. See, when we read these scripts, this is how you know this Bible get. People be saying the Bible fake, it ain't real, it don't. Yo, every time I read the Bible, I be getting cut because I used to burn sage. I used to be the dude that be waiting for the new sage packages to come in and all them different incense to get in touch. To get in touch with my ancestors and all that Africanism. This book, this how you know it's nothing new under the sun. Issachar doing it and Blue Hadia. I think it. Well, I don't know. They don't really do that today. To marry a Christ. I ain't gonna bear false witness, but they might. They be burning these incense, man. They be dealing with familiar spirits. They don't deal with the Bible. They don't consider coming back and acknowledging who they are. And they still trying to figure out why, what's going on. When we told you why, we bring you to Deuteronomy 28, and now we had to bring you to Jeremiah 18. It's still showing you what you're doing wrong. The wicked's getting punished, and the righteous is getting blessed. They're enduring. Right, bring that out. Jeremiah 15, verse 2.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 15, verse 2. And it shall come to pass that they say unto thee, whither shall we go for?
It's going to be a day. This is what Samuel, the Most High was talking about, though Samuel and Moses stood before me, he said, when it comes to Israel, that are wicked, this is what you're going to tell them. When Jake and Eve in that day, in that day where you, just like and we're going to get into the foolish virgins. The other virgins didn't say, yeah, here's some oil, you could have some of my oil. The other virgins said what? They said, nah, get your own oil. I'm not losing my oil. I'm not giving you what I got. You should have been on point. You should have been had this. You know, had all these people selling you oil this whole time. You forgot to do it. That's on you. It's the same way right here in Jeremiah 15. These people, now all this wickedness and now there's trouble. They ask, what should we do? Where should we go? Let's see the answer. Keep going.
Then thou shalt tell them, thus saith the Lord, such as are for death, to death.
Bam. He didn't say, oh, you're going to be saved. This is what you got to do to be delivered in that day. Oh, God got your back. Don't worry. He said, look, the Lord told me to tell you that whoever's among you is going to die. You're going to die. Keep going.
And such as are for the sword, to the sword.
If you're going to be killed in a war or in battle, that's what's going to happen to you. Keep going.
And such as are for the famine, to the famine.
And if you are going to starve, you just going to starve. Keep going.
And such as are for the captivity, to the captivity.
And such that are for captivity, to the captivity. Because Israel be a hard-headed. The Most High done sent all these prophets. This, when you deal with Jeremiah is talking to Israel before they went to Babylon. He's letting them know, look, I done came out here. I done tried to deal with y'all. Y'all said y'all was going to kill me. You was threatening me. I done found idols in the temple. Y'all cursing me out. I done did everything I could. And guess what? Now they seeking the Lord. And the Lord said, that's what you're going to tell them. I'm not forgiving them. They're going to get the punishment. And that's what's going to happen to a lot of Israel who's not in the truth. A lot of rebellious Israelites who's not getting it. If they don't get themselves right, they're not going to be prepared physically, mentally, and they damn sure will not be prepared spiritually to handle these punishments that's going to happen to them.
Lock you.
Come on, go ahead, Doc.
What precept we reading right now? I want to make sure I get these notes down.
Come on, this is Jeremiah chapter 15, verse 2.
Water.
Come on, read verse 13. Slocky, read verse 3, Doc.
And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, saith the Lord. The sword to slay, and the dogs to tear, and the fowls of the heaven, and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy.
The Most High say he gonna have the sword to slay and the dogs to tear, man. That is and when you go back into the history of war, he said he gonna point it 4 times, man. This is crazy. You had Babylon, Assyria, then you had the Roman, and then you got now. So 4 times. Because they'll use dogs, hyenas back then, which is a dog. Right? The Syrians will use dogs. The Romans will use dogs. And the cops use canine units to eat your leg up, to bite your arms. They use their swords, their guns to shoot and kill you. He said for 4, these judgments is no joke. those 4 judgments that he sent is no joke. And he did it for what? Read verse 4.
Give me a second. You said verse 4?
Con.
Verse 4. And I will cause them to be removed into all kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Judah, for that which he did in Jerusalem.
Because Israel went off. Right? Keep going.
For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem?
Right, keep going.
Or who shall be
Bemoan
bemoan thee?
Keep going.
Who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest?
Who's going to ask the black man, Hispanic woman, and Native American child, how you doing? What do you need? What bills you need to be passed? Are you all right? How can we help you? Who's crying that we getting shot and killed? And the fact they were cheering, I don't know if y'all seen this, in Europe, let me pull this up in the article. They were cheering because a Black Lives Matter activist, it was a young woman in UK, they were cheering that she got shot in the head and killed.
Con, I seen that. I seen that. I know what you're talking about.
They're not bemoaning you. Yeah, I got it. So I'm pull it right here because it's CNN. So this is CNN, right, by Jesse Young, Mary Fleet, and Nada Bashir. May the 25th, 2020. Black Lives Matter activists in critical condition after being shot in the head in London. British Black Lives Matter activist Sasha Johnson is in critical condition after being shot in the head in London, according to her political party. It is great sadness that we inform you that our own Sasha Johnson has been brutally attacked and sustained a gunshot wound to her head. The Initiative Party said Sunday statements she is currently in intensive care and critical condition. The party said the attack happened following numerous death threats as a result of her activism. Right? If you were, following this story, there were posts and comments under Facebook and Twitter of people laughing and mocking her that she got shot in the head. Who's bemoaning you, Israel? Who asking you how thou does? Who's gonna pity us? This is what the Most High is asking. But guess what? They want to keep marching. They want to keep asking for bills to be passed, and guess what? They not really helping you. They made sure that bill was passed for the Asian community, so they can get money, $50 million, quick, fast, in a hurry. Biden and Kamala Harris came down to Atlanta just to talk to him. When have they done that? They haven't even done that for the black community, and they're in office because the black community. Who's gonna pity thee? Who's gonna bemoan you? When are our people gonna wake up, man? Right, it says London Metropolitan Police responded to the report gunfire in southeast London at 3 in the morning local time Sunday morning. It is said in statement, police said paramedics transported a 27-year-old woman with a gunshot wound to the South London hospital, and that the incident appeared to have appeared near a house party in Southwark. The police statement said that at this early stage investigation, there was no evidence to suggest a targeted attack or the woman had any credible threats against her prior to the incident. Really, it just says she was getting threat. Who's going to pity thee? They ain't even pitying the woman. The woman got blasted in the head for saying your life matter. When we've been telling you, Israel, your life don't really matter to these people, and it never will. And it never will. Wow. Just insanity. They don't even care about what's going on with you. Asian lives matter, free Palestine. Let's lock you real quick. Asian lives matter, free Palestine, LGBTQ. You do anything to them people, it's a riot. They get a bill passed. Everybody's talking about how they're attacking Palestine. It's wrong. Joe Biden's talking about peace treaties, and now Israel has a ceasefire. This woman gets shot in the head, and they just like, well, you know, we just no credible evidence no one was trying to kill her. And she has previous death threats on her life. But Khan, go ahead, Akhoff.
With that was a key word that you said, no credible evidence. That doesn't mean that there was no evidence. They tried to manipulate what really happened by switching the words around to try to confuse the reader, or to try to hide what really happened. So then they try to say it a different way. They'll say, well, it's no credible evidence, but really that's another way of saying there is evidence, but that they are not going to take it seriously to the next level. They're not going to call themselves guilty. They're going to, once again, say that they're not guilty.
Yeah, it takes extreme evidence. Like you gotta catch somebody in 4K HD kneeling on somebody's neck for 9 minutes just for them to do something. But some Asian people, you ain't even on video. Ain't no real accounts being come out about it. Supposedly saying black people was attacking them, and guess what? We're gonna believe it. Then the shooting in a massage parlor where a white man targets Asian people, purposely kills them, doesn't shoot nobody else, and says, I don't have a problem with you. I got a problem with these Asian people. Clearly he is a racially towards Asian people. And they say he was frustrated. He was just sexually frustrated. See, the thing about Esau and these other nations. They got evidence. They just don't give a damn. They don't pity thee, Israel. They don't pity Jerusalem. They don't ask how you're doing, how thou dost. They know they got evidence of people giving this woman death threats. Yo, you make a death threat on a white woman or a white man, you're going to jail. You're going to jail. It's illegal to threaten somebody's life. You will go to jail. The best you get is a restraining order and house arrest if you beat the case. Right, keep going on that.
Time. Old Jerusalem. Or who shall bemoan thee, or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest?
Right, keep going.
Thou hast forsaken me, saith the Lord.
Keep going.
Therefore will I stretch out my hand against thee and destroy thee. I am weary with repentance.
It's from the Most High. It's no joke. He said, y'all don't want to listen. Nobody else wants you, Israel. The Most High compared us to a wild donkey that nobody want. Like they just throw the donkey eating up stuff, tearing up everything, hopping in the chicken coop, stomping the chickens, breaking the fences. We the wild donkey that nobody gonna take up. We just walking around. Nobody love us but the Most High. But those crazy dudes on the corner telling you to repent. Nobody love you. And we gotta get it through your thick head. We gotta continually tell Israel that these other nations don't love them at all. Like it's insane. But guess what? The Most High said, look, he getting really repentant. He gonna stretch his own hand out to punish you. These are things that Israel don't understand. The Most High will use other nations. He will use other nations to come up against you. Right, 1 second. While I get this precept real quick about Solomon. Because Israel thing it's a joke, man. Give me First Kings 11. Give me 1 Kings 11 and start at verse 14 real quick. 1 Kings 11 and 14. Israel think it's a joke. You think you're gonna love these other nations? You can do. I'm a go with my own heart, and what I do is different for me. What I do, I don't know what you do, but what I do, they love me. I'm gonna show you something. Ain't nothing you can do. Where can I go? Where can I go? I know it's in here. Is it 1 Kings or is it 2 Kings? I'm gonna find it real quick. 1 second. Oh, my bad. That's 14, 11. It's probably a little bit more up. Start at 11. Yeah, start at 11. 1 Kings 11:11. I'm gonna show y'all something. Because Solomon thought the same thing. Solomon said, he was like, yo, I got all the wisdom, I got all the women, I got all the money, I got peace with all the other nations. I don't need the Most High. I don't need the Most High, man. And let's see what the Most High did. You get everything from the Most High. I'll bring that up.
The book of 1 Kings, chapter 11, verse 11. Wherefore the Lord said unto Solomon, for as much as this is done of thee, and thou hast not kept my covenant and my statutes, which I have commanded thee, I will surely rend the kingdom from thee, and will give it to thy servant.
Yo, he said, yeah, because everything you did, you not listening to me, Solomon. You want to do what you want to do. You want to set up idols. You want to have all these different type of strange women, so you can set up they idol gods, so these women can go worship these idols. When you know they supposed to worship your God and your people and your land. You making treaties with all these nations when I told you not to. You over here living fat off the money. You don't want to worship and listen to me. You done broke my covenant and forsook it. I'm going to punish you, man. Right, keep going.
Notwithstanding in thy days, I will not do it. For David, thy father's sake.
Keep
But I
going.
will rend it out. But I will rend it out of the hand of thy son.
He said, because your father David, because your father was righteous, I'm not going to punish you while you live, but your son's going to get it. But this is what I'm going to do right now. Keep going.
Howbeit, I will not rend away all the kingdom, but will give one tribe to thy son, for David my servant's sake, and for Jerusalem's sake, which I have chosen.
Which he had chosen. Yo, even right here, he said, yo, for Jerusalem's sake and your father's sake, I'm not going to do away with the whole kingdom. Because you got everybody going off. But I'm going to still punish you. Let's see how he punishes him. Keep going.
And the Lord stirred up an adversary unto Solomon, Hadad, the Edomite.
The what?
He was Hadad, the Edomite.
Oh, you think you're going to break the Lord covenant and cleave to the so-called white man, the Edomite? I love you, Esau. I love you, man. I don't deal with them Israelites. I don't read the Bible. I don't deal with none of that. We can come together and enjoy hand. The Most High will purposely use the same people you cooning under to destroy you. You ain't getting away, Israel. You ain't getting away. Solomon was setting up their gods in his land just to please Esau. He stirred up Hadad and used the Edomite against them. You damned if you do, but you sure damned if you don't. Keep going.
He was the king's seed in Edom.
He was the king's seed in Edom. When you deal with these other nations, man, Hadad was an Edomite. He had peace with him. But as soon as he went off and stopped messing with the Most High said, all right, I'm going to use this nation. I'm going to use the Edomites to destroy you. I'm going to use the Edomites to go up and finish you. Keep going.
For it came to pass when David was in Edom, and Joab, the captain of the host, was going up to bury the slain, after he had smitten every male in Edom.
See, David was righteous. David was like, yo, when I go, I'm going to smite every male and I'm finishing all them. Because he learned when Saul didn't kill the Agagite, he slew almost every male in Edom. Right? Keep going.
For 6 months did Joab remain there with all Israel, until he had cut off every male in Edom.
Yo, Solomon father was trying to finish these Edomites, but Solomon over here trying to make a covenant with them. And see, everything is of the Most High because he got away. Right, watch this. Keep going.
That Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servants with him, to go into Egypt.
Right, keep.
Hadad being yet a little child.
So Hadad was a child when David was slaying and destroying Esau. He fled into Egypt. And guess what Solomon did? Solomon set him up as a king to rule. And guess what happened? He came back to bite him in the back. Give me Sirach 12 and 11. Israel, you ain't getting away. You think that you just gonna do what you want and nothing's gonna, the Lord gonna going to accept because the God of peace and love. Look, if you don't keep these commandments, you finish. The only reason why there was peace on the earth is because Solomon was keeping the commandments. He stopped keeping the commandments, there was utter turmoil. That's it. And I keep telling Israel, brothers and sisters that's not in the truth, if you're keeping the commandments and ruling over these other nations, they will love you. It will be peace. It's because they hate you. Because you're not keeping the commandments. You don't got the power. You don't got the rulership. If you would stop focusing on trying to get their love and their attention, turn back to the Most High, get yourself and your nation right, you would be, not only would you be at peace with them, you would be over them. You would be over them. The only way you can be over them and at peace with these other nations is through the Most High. But because Israel is stiff-necked and rebellious, they think marching is going to do it. Passing bills, giving them money, just being being the safe black guy and the safe black woman, the safe Hispanic, the safe Native American. Well, all you gotta do is keep the commandments. I'll bring that Sirach 12 out.
God, number 10.
Gone.
The book of Sirach, chapter 12, verse 10. Never trust thine enemy.
That's a wrap. See, Solomon, if he would have listened to the commandments where it says don't make a covenant with you, and he made a covenant with Haman and set him up to be a king over a region. You know how your father killed everybody he knew, destroyed and decimated his whole nation. You give him power, set him up to be a king, to just come back and try to destroy you. This is the foolishness of Israel. Saul knew to fight. Saul left the king Agag alive. That was foolish. But David was trying to get rid of all of them. And here we go with Solomon. He set him up to be king. At least Saul just let him go. David set him up to be a king. Solomon set him up to be a king. Keep going.
For like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
Esau always gonna be wicked, man. If you haven't even, when Moses came out of Egypt and they went to Esau for help, they was like, we're not going to drink the water, we're not going to eat the cattle, we just going to go straight through, we ain't going to have no problems. Esau tried to kill him. We didn't even do nothing to Esau. They tried to kill him. He even came and said, you heard about how we was afflicted and in slavery in Egypt. Esau ain't care, because guess what, Israel? Nobody gonna pity thee, and nobody gonna ask how thou doest. They don't care. Keep going.
God, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed. And beware of him.
And beware of him. Right, keep going.
And beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass.
Now hold that. So a looking glass, right? Back then, in ancient times, they had what you would say monocles, or those handheld mirrors. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's not a microscope. It's Like my folks got one. It's like a reader. It's like a handheld reader with a big glass on it. I can't even remember what the thing is called.
What, a magnifying glass?
Yeah, magnifying glass come through water. I didn't want to say magnifier. Magnifying glass through water. That's what it's talking about. If your magnifying glass is a little smoggy, or if your mirror, because a looking glass could be a mirror too, and you wipe it and you looking to see yourself, because it's kind of dirty. Then you really see the whole thing in the whole picture. Our people, look, the Most High told us to separate from these nations for a reason. Israel think we doing it out of hate. Look, we don't like them, nah, but that don't matter. The Most High says separate from them. They giving you every reason to separate from them. And you still won't, and you're trying to figure out why they don't love you. They weren't meant to love you. It's not in the Edomite's body. He don't got no bone in his body full of love for the Black, Hispanic woman, man, and child. And Native American woman, man, and child. He don't. Not one loving bone in his body. Leave him alone. Leave. Because Solomon definitely was pricked. If he would have just followed like David, he would have, look, yo, you know how, I'm gonna ask you, yo, man. Just imagine if Solomon was like, yo, my father tried to stomp out you Edomites. And instead of setting Hadad up as a king, he finished his whole bloodline. And they didn't exist. You think we be in captivity right now? Yo, just imagine if Solomon he was one of the last Edomites left. Just imagine if Solomon exterminated them at that point. It would be no Greek captivity, no Roman captivity. It wouldn't be no British. It wouldn't be no American captivity. But guess what? Gotta always love the other nations, huh? And that's why the Most High be hitting us with the sword, be hitting us with the famine, be hitting us with the plagues. Cause that's what I'm enduring for, man. I'm enduring because I want a chance to finish. The Most High said it ain't gonna be one left in Obadiah. Ain't gonna be one left. Right, keep going.
All right. God. And thou shalt know that his wrath have not been altogether wiped away.
Yo, you think these people gonna love you, man? You gotta be out your mind. And Solomon must have been really out of his mind, thinking that this dude would have forgot that David, his father, destroyed his people. You trying to make peace with a person who your dad finished his destroyed them, try to put them out of existence. Right, keep going.
It's Salakia.
Yeah, can't go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, this just proves that, how we always talk about, 9/11, Holocaust. This is their same spirit. They never forget. They still want Black Panthers that's in Cuba somewhere. They never forget. They carry that spirit. So this has to be Esau.
Esau is not gonna forget. You think Esau doesn't know that we rule over them in the dark ages? He know you don't know, but he knows. He ain't forget. Esau is not, Esau, that is your mortal enemy, man. It's just like Superman, Lex Luthor, Batman, the Joker. It's on site. They know each. It ain't no peace treaty. It ain't no talking. It's a wrap. It's always problems. It's nothing but war. We need to, as a people, get it out of our mind that we can fix these problems. It's a wrap. We should gather together, get ourselves right to protect ourselves, because they're gonna forever try to destroy us. Right? A lot of people. I don't know if y'all noticed, like, more people are going missing in Lake Lanier in Georgia. If you look up the history in Forsyth County, yo, in 1901, there was, before 1901, before the 20th century, before 1901, there was 1,200 black people in Forsyth County. I think around 1880, 1890, about in 10 years, 1901 or 11 years, there was 0 black people. They either done ran away or they killed them all. And there's nothing but graves in Forsyth County. And all these black people that go to Forsyth County, they end up dead and their body is found in Lake Lanier. Yo, Esau don't forget and he don't stop. But we gotta forget. We gotta forget all these things. We gotta forget slavery. We gotta forget the civil rights era. We gotta forget Jim Crow law. We gotta forget all that. We ain't forgetting nothing. All right, keep going.
Verse 12. Set him not by thee, lest when he have overthrown thee, he stands up in thy place.
And that's what Hadad is trying to do. Solomon done set him up as a king, and he done stood up trying to overthrow him. And this is what happens to the wicked when they forget the Most High's commandments. Esau not trying to overthrow us. Esau not trying to shoot us down. It's wicked Jake in the street he trying to get. It's wicked Jake in the street, and it's a spiritual thing. When Esau see us, he don't want no smoke. He let it go. But when he see Jake on the street, he torturing him. He got Jake crying for his mom, kneeling on his neck, slamming Jake on the ground. He crying. Because it's a spiritual thing. They don't got the protection of the Most High. Keep going.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. In thy word, and thou at the last remember my words, and be pricked therewith.
Yo, I know for a fact Solomon was pricked therewith when the Most High said, yo, you know what? Your father was trying to destroy every last one of these people. He tried to extinct all the males out of Edom. Everyone. And this is how you know that it's from the seed of the man. He tried to finish all the males out of Edom. He tried to make them go extinct. And guess what Esau trying to do to us? Guess what Esau trying to do to us? He attacking the black man, Hispanic man, Native American man, trying to make them go extinct, trying to take them away from their culture, shooting them down in the street. It's the same. Yo, they ain't forget. These the people you hand in hand with. These the people you asking to help you out, set you up in the seat. Yo, look. Don't forget, it was prophesied we are going to fight. It's a wrap. Esau screaming, yo, Black Lives Matter is trying to incite a race war. It's been a race war between blacks and whites forever. As soon as we came out of the womb, it was war. It was a wrap. So you're going to tell me from our conception of these two nations, Israel and Esau, or Edom, You're gonna tell me that you're the one Negro that's gonna change it? You are out of your mind. Right, keep going.
John. Said to him not, who will, verse 13, the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12, verse 13, who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent, or any such as come nigh wild beast?
Who gonna pity you, man? Now the scripture talks about how you gotta be diligent and watch out for Satan, because he a roaring lion seeking whom he can devour. Said don't, and Eve in the garden, the serpent. You dealing with the biggest serpent and beast on the earth. And who's gonna pity you? The Most High didn't pity Solomon. He told him Solomon should have been known. Yo, you know how crazy that is? And this is how I know we the people. Your dad was at war with these people while you were living. Solomon and Hadad were children while this was happening. When he grew up, oh, let's be friends. Yo, Jake, during the civil rights era, for example, MLK's children, grandchildren, his seed. Seeing these Edomites curse, kick, stomp sick dogs on them, they grandparents and they friends, even on themselves. They grow up, I want to be friends with them. No, it's better now. This is the same silly people, man. We are the same silly people. It didn't even take 3 generations, man. It didn't even take 3 generations. It just took one. Israel done forgot everything that done happened. All right, drop that. Get me Deuteronomy 23 and 14. See, look. This is why we got to be like David. And we shouldn't be like the wicked in Jeremiah 18. We want those blessings because we want, when our enemies come up against us, we want to overthrow. We want to give them a reason to leave us the hell alone. The reason why Esau don't fight the Japanese is because it was a hard war. The reason why Esau don't fight China, because they don't want, they know if they both fight, it's gonna be a problem. The reason why Esau don't fight mess with Kim Jong-un, reason why Esau don't mess with Russia, because they know what it is. And back and before times in Judith the 5th chapter, they wouldn't even think about touching us because they know we was dealing with the Most High. They wouldn't even think about messing with us. But now Esau can walk in your hood, beat you up, sleep with your women and your kids, lock Jacob, shoot him in front of his family, nothing happened. These are the things. These are the punishments we get for the wicked. The Most High he be using these other nations to destroy us. Because Jake and Eve, like, it's a hard thing. Because we love Israel. We want all Israel to make it like Paul said. But you got to get this judgment. We done told you, and it take those curses to wake you the hell up. And if you don't, you got to perish with them. All right, bring it out, Doc.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, verse 14. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before thee.
So the Most High will walk in the midst of our camp, our armies. Yo, anybody? I've never seen. Well, I seen one. I seen one, but I've never really seen somebody run Israelites straight off the block like that. Like they start fighting and start knocking out a bunch of Israel. I've never really seen that. Israelites just pushing this word. They ain't off. They doing this stuff in sincerity. I've never really seen that. And we're going to need that blessing because we understand it's going to be times where it's famine. And people going to be looking for food. They might want to take your food. But if the Most High with you, they can't do nothing to you. These are the blessings that we want to keep and follow the Most High so we can have with us. We're going to need these blessings. This is a blessing David had and Solomon didn't. Right, get me Psalms 31 and 15.
You said 31 and 15?
Con.
Sorry, and Salakia?
Con, go ahead, Op.
Yeah, to lay me back on what he's talking about, especially with Esau and the police. If you do the history, the Scythians, they were modern day police during the Greek captivity. But if you do their history, they so-called Irishmen. So I mean, what the brother's saying is on point. Everything matches up. We just gotta hit those historical accounts. So during the Greek captivity, which more than likely they got it from the Egyptians and the other empires, but Esau ain't playing. He's been doing this since the Greek captivity. So the Scythians are your modern day Irish men cops, and look how wicked they are. We see the video, so it's facts. That's all I got out.
Yeah, the crazy thing about the George Floyd case is this. The whole world saw it. And we still trying to be up under Esau. That's the insane thing. The Arab saw it. The Asian man saw it. The Hamite saw it. Even other Edomites saw it and was like, damn, he did the man crying for his mom. And guess what we doing? Well, we still forgive him. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Yo, if an Asian... this place would be finished if an Asian person's neck was kneeled like that.
Yeah, right. Calm.
Yo, you see Moab running outside with a katana trying to stab the next Edomite cop. But you see Jake, well,
The gay person.
yeah. That happened to a sodomite. It's a wrap. It's gonna be lawsuits. It's gonna be lawsuits out the wazoo. The man gonna lose his job. He's gonna be rendered a homophobic. But us, we ain't getting that love, man. We ain't getting that same love, man. And we keep making these same mistakes, and it's the mistakes the wicked be having. All right, bring that out.
John, Book of Psalms, chapter 31, verse 15. My times are in thy hand.
Right,
Deliver me from thy...
Our lives, how long we live, is up to the Most High. Now, Jake and Eve be saying, I want to have a long life. I want to live long. I'm going to eat healthy, this and the third. Yeah, that has a part of it, But really, it's up to the Most High how long you live. Our lives are in His hand. Right? Keep going.
Deliver me from the hand of my enemies and from them that persecute me.
That's what we are waiting for. We waiting for those. We waiting for those blessings, man. We're really waiting for that power. But we waiting to be delivered from the hands of our enemies and those that persecute. This is what we waiting for.
All right.
That's what we waiting for in these days. We waiting to have that power so that the Most High gives us the strength to overcome our enemies, man. These are the things that I know the Most High get mad at. I know the Most High get frustrated. Give me 2 Chronicles 25 and 20. Second Chronicles 25 and 20. It's nothing new. And Israel gonna do what they do. They just program. Yo, it's like they stuck in a loop, like they glitching. Like it's like Israel buffering. They've been buffering for like 400 years now until they snap and be like, oh, well, that was wrong. Let's try to do something different. They just stuck. They stuck on stupid. They don't want to pick this Bible. They don't want to read this word. They don't want to pick this Bible. It's like what the Most High said. He done blinded them. Can't see nothing. They can't hear nothing. They can't smell. They can't taste nothing. They are finished out here on a spiritual, physical, and mental level. And that can all be fixed if they keep these laws, statutes, commandments, turn to the Most High, and repent. But they don't want to do that. They want to seek other things to heal their ailments. Right? Bring that out. 2 Chronicles.
Yeah, 25 and 20.
Con.
2 Chronicles, book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 25, verse 20. But Amaziah would not hear.
Right, keep
For it
going.
came of God, that he might deliver them into the hand of their enemies, because they sought after the gods of Edom.
Boom. Our people still seeking after the gods of Edom, and the Most High, he delivered us up to Edom. You want to be a part of Alpha, Beta, or Gamma in college, learning Greek philosophy, following these other different guys, deep into Catholicism, Christianity, worship. Some people are into straight Norse mythos. They're Wiccans and things like that. Dealing with Loki and Thor. You a black person dealing with Loki and Thor. What does that have to do with you? And the Most High is punishing Israel because guess what? We still cleaving on to Esau and we're still cleaving on to their gods. This is why we trying to get back and follow the Most High and be with him. And it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing for our people to understand, to accept that this is what we want. But it's simple. I'd rather be over the people that oppress me than for them to be over me. It's so easy. It's not even hard. Ain't something to think about. But to Jake and Eve, they so conditioned into this wine of Babylon, they finish, man. Give me a second. Give me Nahum 3 and 13. 1 second, I just got a text. Okay, con. All right, give me Nahum 3 and 13. You got it out?
You said Nahum 3 and 13?
Yeah, and I got one last precept, and then I'm gonna give it over to another brother. That's gonna be the end of my lesson.
Yes, sir. You said Nahum 3 and 13?
Con. You gotta bring it out, Doc.
Con. Look at Nahum chapter 3 and verse 13. Behold, thy people in the midst of thee are women.
Are what?
Are women.
Are women. When there's when there's a need for somebody to stand up, the black man is dying. It's a woman. We need leadership. It's a woman. We need more business owners. Women. We need more people in the school and college in the black community. Women. Keep going.
The gates of thy land shall be set wide open unto thine enemies.
The gates of our land is set wide open to our enemy, because it's not all the men are finished getting killed, locked up. Their minds are gone, and the world is nothing but women. And guess what? Our enemies are everywhere. It's just nobody to stop them. There's enemies everywhere. Right? Keep going.
The gates of thy land shall be set wide open unto thy enemies. The fire shall devour thy bars.
And the gate that was supposed to close off our enemies from having us be destroyed, them breaking in, is wide open, and it's been devoured by fire. It's been burnt. This is what's happening to Israelite, the Israelite community, the blacks, Hispanics, and natives. It's finished. All right, drop that. Get me Psalm 66 and 3, and this is my last precept.
$63 and 3.
Salakia, 66 and 3.
The book of Psalms, chapter 66, verse 3. Say unto God, how terrible art thou in thy work. Through the greatness of thy power shall thy enemies submit themselves unto thee.
So it's the Most High, because you got a gun that don't mean nothing, because you got a missile. You might have a couple people on the block that don't mean nothing. It's the Most High that makes our enemies submit to him. These Edomites be bowing down, these Moabites. I haven't seen the Ishmaelite yet, one day, but they mad prideful. One day they be bowing down to us through the spirit and power of Mashiach Yahushua and Yahweh. But with that, without further ado, it's your brother Ayinya coming to you from HOI Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm gonna give it over to my brother Zaab. You on up? Zaab, you on up? You on mute up? Okay, well, I'll just keep going until he shows up. Okay, so drop that. You gotta understand, man. Everything that we go through and we're delivered from. When it comes to our enemies destroying us, the Most High did it. When it comes to us overthrowing our enemies, the Most High did it. Okay, yeah, I think the brother is hold up. Get me 2 Kings 21:14. 2 Kings 21:14. And this is a very important part of these famines, these plagues, these pestilences. This is for the wicked. The wicked of the other nations in the world, and the wicked in Israel, the 2/3, because they don't want to listen. You know, it's sad to see how people go through all these curses like that. But if they don't want the medicine, man. The medicine is the Bible. It's this book, man. It's these laws, statutes, commandments. That's the medicine. And apparently they don't want it, so they're gonna continue going through these curses, being destroyed, being afflicted. These are the things that Israel just got to go through until they wake up and understand that they got to follow the Most High. Right, bring that out.
John, the book of 2 Kings, chapter 21, verse 14. And I will forsake the remnant of my inheritance.
The Most High say it's going to be a time where he's going to forsake the remnant of his inheritance. Right, keep going.
And deliver them into the hand of their enemies.
Right, he's going to deliver us to the hand of our enemies, man. Right, keep going.
And they shall become a prey and a spoil to all their enemies.
To all our enemies. Jake loved to say, well, you know, it was the white man, but not the Asian. Come on. It was the white man, but not the Arab. Yeah, I had to get on Jake about the Arab. Yo, the 1,400 years. 1,400 years of our hands, our feet getting cut off, our women being used as whores. 1,400 years of indoctrination into Islam, wars, being castrated and made eunuchs. It's all our enemies. It's all these nations, man. And that's the thing that Israel need to understand. Give me 1 Chronicles 16:3. We can't deliver ourselves. It's the Most High who put us in this captivity. This is the thing that we don't get. And it's hard because Israel want, even if you can show Israel without a shadow of doubt, they don't give a damn. They just gonna be like the scripture where it says we lost hope. We gonna do what we want to do. But when it comes to things that are spiritual, where you gotta have, when you're in the truth, you gotta have a dispensation of faith, belief, reliance on the Most High. You can't please the Most High if you don't have faith. And that's the thing that Israel and the world is lacking. Bring that out.
John, book of First Chronicles, chapter 16, verse 3. And he dealt to every one of Israel, both man and woman.
Oh, no, it's First Chronicles chapter 16, verse 35. Salakia.
Oh, okay. The book of First Chronicles, chapter 16, verse 35. And say ye, save us, O God of our salvation.
He says, say ye, save us, O God of our salvation. This is how you get saved. This is how you get delivered. This is how you get healed. You got to say, save us, God of our salvation. Not, let's come together and get some guns. Let's come together and get money. Let's come together get food. Let's go leave, build a nation. You got to say, save us, O God of our salvation. You got to believe the Most High is going to have your back, period. To even step forth and try to put your hand to do something. Right, keep going.
And gather us together and deliver us from the heathen.
And deliver us from the heathen. You see, like, there are some groups, right? You got the black and brown. You got the Black Panther Party. Then you got the brown bayonet. I think it's Barrettes or something like that. I can't remember, right? Or Brown Brigade. I'm trying to remember. You got some instances in society where Israel came together and helped each other, but nothing on the scale as it is now in the truth. Nothing on the scale as it is now in the truth. Because what? We using the Most High. We want the Most High to gather us together. We gathering together under His word. Keep going.
Did a good piece of one loaf of bread
No,
and a good piece
and deliver us from heaven. The heathen, Salaki, deliver us from the heathen, that we may give thanks to thy holy name.
That we may give thanks to thy holy name and glory in thy praise.
And we're not doing this to be like, yo, I'm doing this only because I want money and to be over the heathen and to rule and do this and that and travel. You gotta want to do this to praise the Most High, because He is a God worthy to be praised. See, Jake in the world just want money. He want money. He want his own. So he can either be buddy with the other nations, or he can get something out of it carnally, because just for that sake, so he can have money, so he could be over people, whatever it may be. But this, we come together really and holy just to worship and serve the Most High. We come back really mainly based off we know who we are now, and we want to get in tune and connect with our God. We want to get closer to how our forefathers lived and practice the things our God left for us. This is why we're so big and strong and popping up lately. This is why we're not plagued with a lot of these situations that the quote unquote Black or Hispanic or Native American groups in the world have. Because the Most High is protecting us from it. Yeah, we got our strides, we got our problems, but it's never been to the point where a brother picked up a gun and shot somebody. Never been to a point where we robbing, stealing, selling dope and drugs. No, we not. We got our problems, our verbal arguments. But we never have, we never have them boondocks nigga moments. Right, get me Psalms 119, 153. Is Ain was a Ab on here?
Lucky, we might have to take a rain check on that. I'll tag it. And,
He might not show up.
you might not show up.
Sure,
You
you
gotta stick to it. I'm tagging it.
you be able to take over Ak?
Okay.
I said, will you be able to take over Ak? Come. Well, I'm gonna finish with this verse real quick. Bring out that Psalms 119, 153.
John. The book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 53.
Salakia 153.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
That was my
Book of
bad.
Psalms, chapter 119. The book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 153. Consider my affliction and deliver me, for I do not forget thy law.
That's it. Bam. Consider my affliction and deliver me, for I forget not thy law. That's the only reason why the Most High is looking out for us. He putting that hedge over us. He took us under his wing, because mainly we following him. We got to be, for all this hate Israelites get, and we not getting plagued like other people, it got to be something we're doing right. We don't get enough credit like we should. But it's all good as long as the Most High get the credit. We doing this for the Lord. It's going to be haters on the way. It's going to be wicked men of Israel. It's going to be wicked other nations trying to stop this. But guess what? They can't stop it because it's the Most High's motion. So your endurance, because I wanted to get Hebrews 11 and 19. But actually, let me let that be my last scripture real quick, Salakia. Give me Hebrews 11 and 6, like not 19. Give me Hebrews 11 and 6. Your endurance in a lot of these tribulations is based off your faith and allegiance to the Most High. How hard are you going to strive to keep his commandments? How hard are you going to strive to exalt his name and his word? How much work are you putting out here for him? But not also what you're doing with your hands, your labor, but how do you feel your faith, your undying loyalty and love for the Lord yourself? And I've never seen people who really love the Bible and really love the Most High and love each other more than some Israelites, man. You don't get that in the church. You can't get that in the church. They don't be into the Most High in this word like that. This word bring random people. This word bring rival gang members together. Well, they are brothers. They shaking hands now. That's love. You know how crazy that is? You would see a brother, he'd have a different color on, and you would lay him down, put that man to death, because you're set where you rep, and you gave all that up and squashed that beef and left it behind because you love the Bible and your people and your God. No amount of money can't do it, because you got rappers that still fighting and shooting people, trying to keep their street cred up and stealing. No amount of money, women, culture, heathen, or other gods will do that. But this book God and people right here. I'll bring that Hebrews 11:6 out.
All right. Look at Hebrews chapter 11, verse 6. But without faith, it is impossible to please him.
Without faith, it's impossible to please the Most High. I would love to go into, I believe, with Sirach too, but it's going to be forever, right? And my voice is about to give out. But it's impossible to please and be protected and get these blessings if you don't, in your own spirit, in your mind, have that faith of the Most High. How you're going to endure these times, how you're going to have your mind intact, how you're going to get through a lot of these troubles and trials on this earth is that you have faith that the Most High is going to be with you and protect you no matter what, which he will. Can't be no doubt in Thomas up here, right? You got to understand, we woke up to this truth for a reason, for a purpose. I don't believe the Most High would have just woke you up and used you to throw you away. It's a reason why he chose you. He said, you ain't choose me, I chose you. And it's usually when we lose faith and stray away. So your faith mainly represents whether you're going to endure or not. With that, I'm going to give it over to Aria. Aria, you there?
Khan. Shalom, shalom.
Come.
Praise. Shalom, shalom. Beautiful letter. Shalom, brother. We thought we had the brother. I was situation. So, everything is about working as a team, right? And so let's start with Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9. Right? Like Yanya was saying, up to date with the topics on what's going on all over the world. Always talking about the coronavirus, talking about the agent and hate, right? And the thing about us being in America, in the prison system that we're in, that we're stuck in right now, it's important to know who we are and to remember how we got here, right? So let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9 first. Ecclesiastes. Let's watch. Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 9. Yeah, chapter 4 verse 9. All right. Right there. The book of Ecclesiastes chapter 4 verse 9. Two are better than one. Because they have a good reward for their labor. Right. That's speaking about teamwork. Two is better than one because they have a good reward for their labor. And the thing about being in a congregation, you always have to move as a team, as a brotherhood and a sisterhood. That's a balance right there. Right? Like it says in Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 1. Now, what is important about these days that we're in right now is that the Lord is bringing back the 12 tribes. He's bringing back the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Right? Like it says in Ezekiel chapter 37. Let's get that scripture. Ezekiel chapter 37. Why is it two is better than one? Why am I bringing out that scripture? Because we're going to talk about the northern and southern kingdom. And that's the spirit, because he was talking about Solomon and how the Lord rendered his kingdom away from him. Right? And split the kingdoms in two because of him sinning. Right? So now let's talk about the Most High bringing the kingdoms back together again. And in the midst of that, what's happening, all this Asian hate, all these heathens with their own agendas, and they're trying to destroy what we're having right now. They're trying to call it divide and conquer. But it's about us coming back together again. Right? Everything is done as a team. Bring it out, King. The book of Ezekiel, chapter 37, verse 1. The hand of the Lord was upon me and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord and set me down in the... Yeah, read on. and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones.
Right? Read on.
And caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley. And lo, they were very dry.
Now it says many, very many in the open valley. Right? That valley speaking about our captivity. Right? That grave, America. And lo, they were very dry. Why are we dry? Because we're in the lowest state right now. We're in a state of confusion. Because we're dry because we haven't got the living water. As a nation, as a people. Right? Read on.
Again, he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones. So like he prophesied upon these bones. Verse 6. Oh, verse 6. So like it. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest.
So he said, can these bones live? Right? And he said, only the Lord knows. But how do you live? How do you get back your life? How do you get back what is your inheritance? By keeping those commandments in Proverbs 7 and 2. Read on.
Again, he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord.
He said, O ye dry bones, hear the word of Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Now, the thing about people hearing the word of the Lord, everybody's not going to take heed to it. They can hear it, but they're not really listening to it. They can listen, but they're not really following it. Right? But as the prophet, he has to go out into the highways and byways in the valley of the shadow of death, in the valley of those dry bones, and try to wake them up.
Okay.
Try to give that bones back its nutrients, that body back its nutrients, its substance. Right? Try to give them back that food, that water. Right? To give them back his health. Like, for example, if you're in a famine, and you see how they be looking in the famine, how they might be looking so skinny, you see the bones just showing out. Right? That's a physical famine. Imagine Israel as a spiritual famine. We might be big, might be 250 pounds, but guess what? We don't have the knowledge of the Most High God. In the land of the dry bones. You know?
Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live.
Like he did with Adam, that breath of life. Right? It's like new wind. It's a fresh breath of air. But you got to also remember, we're stuck in America, where the economy, the structures, the gas, right? The oil, the system, the factories, the whole air is polluted. And what you're breathing in is toxic, right? It's an abomination. But now the Lord has given you a whole new breath, a whole new set of lungs, a second chance in life. Read on.
And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord.
So the Lord said, I'm gonna make you be back again to who you were before. I'm gonna give that breath in your body. I'm gonna give you life. I'm gonna give you your name. Right? I'm gonna put the skin on you, which is basically what? The covering. What is that covering? Knowing who you are. Coming back to your culture, your nationality. Knowing that you have a choice and you have a chance as well to be in this truth and righteousness. Jake want to follow the covering of the wicked world and the wicked shadow system of America and want to celebrate Christmas. Want to celebrate their wicked holiday. Not knowing that Jake has a way out, which is in these feast days and these laws and commandments. But you want to follow in that covering of the Edomites, the wickedness that's going on right now. But the Lord always has two sides. He always has a balance. the ways of the world and the ways of this truth. And the Lord says, what? You shall know that I am the Lord, right? Because you're not going to be begging the damn Edomite thinking that he's your king now. You're going to know the Most High God is the one that brought you back to who you are. And
So I prophesied as I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone.
what is that noise? That exceedingly great army. What is that noise? That tumult. What is that noise? That rage, that wrath. The waking up of the people of Israel rising up in these last days, causing a ruckus. What is that noise? The American system is falling. Right? What is that roar as well as that noise? The lion is waking up. The lion's in the house now. Right? Everything is being shaken. The world is being turned upside down again. Righteousness started to come out into this earth. People started to see us. He started to see us out in the highways and byways with our fringes at that light. And we causing a ruckus. We causing a noise. We going to the White House. We going to all these different places with this word of Yahweh Shemel Shah. And it's shaking the foundation of this world. Read on.
Good. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them.
I speak about knowing who you are, but some people don't. But the Lord is showing you, even in the process of Ezekiel 37, how he made a man. With the breath of life, with the sinews, with the bones, with the cartilages. How he's building a person. He's building a man. But that breath was missing. It's like you're walking dead. You're walking all over the place, but you have no knowledge of who you are. That breath is that knowledge. That knowledge is missing. Read on.
Yes, I do. Verse 9. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus saith the Lord God, come from the four winds, O breath, the breath upon these slain, that they may live.
So we're supposed to prophesy into the wind. That's another thing as well. When you're going out to the highways and byways, you might not have a crowd, but you still got to bring out that word. Right? You still got to be consistent. You people still got to see you out there. Whether they scared to come up to you, ask questions, guess what? They're always watching. They're always listening. Especially if you got a mic. They're always listening. That's part of a prophet. That's your job. Right? And it says what? That breath is going to come from the four winds upon those that are slain. Now, everybody got to die. Everybody dies. But who's the one that's being slaughtered and slain every single day? In an oppression that's so wicked and so vicious. In a system where everything is against you, the odds is against you. And you're trying to make ends meet, you're trying to apply for a job, whatever, and you're the last hired and the first hired. The system is against you. They had a Netflix TV show called Ted Bundy about an Edomite serial killer, and he was killing girls, white girls basically, sexual assault and murder and everything. And they would lock him up. He would escape prison and do it again, and then they would lock him up, and he would escape prison and do it again. Now, if that was a so-called black man, and they found out he killed one person, one white woman, he would have been lynched, hung, shot down in the street like an animal, gutted. And then they would probably arrest his family member and put him in prison. But the white man is able to be a serial killer and kill so many people and get locked up and do it again and escape and do it again, back and forth. They're even making a mockery out of it. But that's the stuff we got to deal with. In a system where there's no justice. Everything in here is wicked. But we still have to deal with that. We still have to come back to what? That breath of life. That's the only way we're going to breathe. Like the Jake, I think it was like, what was the Jake? A couple, like, 7 years ago. When he was getting choked out by the cops. And he was like, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. When he was selling cigarettes. Right.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, Khan, Duarte. He said, I can't breathe. Yeah, Khan, Duarte. All that is spiritual, man. We can't breathe right now. Right? Like what happened to George Floyd. We can't breathe right now, man. We can't even relax. We can't take no break. Right? This is still oppression. This is still captivity. Right? You got to still do your time. Read on.
So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army.
Right. It says they lived and stood upon their feet. That's us coming back to our true culture, to our knowledge, to our understanding, to knowing the knowledge of war, to know how your enemy thinks. Fully understanding that you are literally in captivity and everything you see around you is against you. And to know how to operate around it. To know how to use the system against them. To know how to finesse the system, like Jacob. Right? To know how to use it, right? For your own purpose. And to realize that you are an Israelite. The thing about this troop, a lot of people know they're Israelites, but they still playing games with Yahweh. You know you're an Israelite, but you're mocking people now. You're being a lie. You're talebearing now. Not knowing the Lord got 1,000 angels, millions of angels, eyes of the Lord brighter than 1,000 sun. And he can see everything you're doing. But you're playing games with your salvation. While the Most High is raising up that mighty army, and guess what? You're going to get left behind. Right? You're going to get left behind. Like say Ecclesiastes 4:9. Ecclesiastes 4:9. 2 is better than 1. Right? The topic of this lesson is about the 2 kingdoms. But I had to start with the scripture first to show what's going to happen. The Lord is going to raise up that exceedingly great army. Right? Let's go to Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 33. Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 33. Brother, you still there?
I'm here. I just got you on mute. That's all.
All right, come. Bring it out, King.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 50, verse 33. Thus says the Lord of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go.
So the so-called blacks and Hispanics, the American, are being oppressed. Children of Israel, children of Judah, the 2 kingdoms were oppressed together. Right? You cannot escape that. Right? Like bondsmen, we're in chains together, man. You can't escape that, man. We're suffering the same affliction. They usually say 1492 and 1619. 1492 for the Northern Kingdom and 1619 for Jake. But you can even go before that, when it was the Assyrian captivity. Right? And then what happened with Jeroboam and Rehoboam, with the split of the kingdom. After that, we've been oppressed nonstop. to the point where you had the Northern Kingdom had to leave out of that second Ezra 13 and 40. They had to go to Arshareth, which is America, to escape their oppression. And then the Spaniards come, and then they're oppressed again. But what about the Southern Kingdom? We were still being oppressed by the Babylonians. And now look where we are today. We're in America being oppressed again. Not just one nation, not just one tribe or 3 tribes. It's all 12 tribes. Why? Because we can't escape these punishments, man. We sin as a nation, we fall as a nation. Right? So it says, all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. Why? Because we sinned against our God. Let me get Deuteronomy chapter 28. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 28, and let's go to verse, let me see. Let's go to verse 54.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 54. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and towards the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
So while we're being oppressed together, right, we're starting to hate each other now because of these curses. Instead of working together as a team, we're attacking each other now. Black versus so-called Hispanic. Instead of putting our heads together and come as a team and try to find a way to escape this wicked oppression or try to find a way to take down a damn white man, we're starting to attack each other now. Right? Read on.
So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he hath. Do I think?
No, we don't, okay.
Okay. Because he hath nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates.
So now is divide and conquer. Right? Evil eye towards your brother. Right? You can't even deal with your spouse no more. The husband can't even deal with the wife. The wife can't deal with the husband. So what does that do? It cripples the ways of nation building. And then you don't even take care of your children. So how are you going to lead the next generation? They're even your own seed, if you're not even taking care of it. In verse 55, it says what? He shall not give any of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left him in the siege. That's also speaking about when you're trying to pass something down to a family. What do they call that? Family heritage. Or you have like a necklace or jewelry or even pension or money you're trying to pass down to the next generation to make it easier upon them. You can't do none of that now. Because you ain't set up nothing for the future. So your present is destroyed, and you're not even thinking about the future. Killing each other. Right? Read on.
Gone. Because he hath nothing left in him in the siege. Oh, Salaki. Verse 56. And in the straightness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates.
Read on.
The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not venture to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eyes shall be evil towards the husband of her bosom, and towards her son, and towards her daughter.
So you go from attacking your own brothers to now the woman is attacking her own husband as well, and her. So now the whole foundation of the house is jacked up. There's no team built. There's no nation built. There's no camaraderie. There's no holding yourself accountable for your household. Everything is damaged. How you gonna try to fight a war against your enemy when you're fighting a war in your own household against your own spouse? And then when the children is watching, guess what? They're gonna learn that same tendencies when they grow up. And all this is happening while you're still in captivity. You're making it easier on the enemy as you're destroying each other. That goes for all 12 tribes. That goes for Northern and Southern Kingdom. Right? You got even some situations, you got women just leading the relationship. Right? And the man just chilling, he ain't really doing anything. And then when the cops come to the damn door, whatever, he expects the woman to come and defend the house. And especially if an Edomite come with a militia or whatever. Well, you're going to expect the Proud Boys is going to come in and just kick your door. You ain't going to defend yourself. Right? Let them just drag your whole family and just execute them right in front of the street. All this can happen in this type of captivity that we're in right now. And as you get more and more separation, and you're not working as a team, it's fine and it's easy pick. Lucky.
I said you like testosterone. I can't hold the phone either.
It's time to go now.
It's
all over your face.
Lucky, meet your phone, meet your phone.
You still
Meet your phone, kid.
don't wipe your face off,
Right?
the face ought to be all sticky.
Yeah, Lucky, meet your phone, kid, meet your phone. God. And that's spiritual too, man. You know, that's the man taking care of his household. You know? That's a beautiful thing. Take care of the household, man. That's what it's about. You know, more fathers in the household, man. Instead of abandoning your family, abandoning the woman and everything. That ain't no nation building, because guess what, man? We need each other no matter what. Two is better than one. We need each other. It's teamwork, man. That's the only way we're going to get out of this wicked captivity. Right? You got hatred with so-called Hispanics against black people and all this stuff. You had a brother that went to Mexico, and he said he went to Mexico, him and his wife, and he said Issachar was trying to finesse him every second chance he gets. Trying to charge him double the price for a taxi cab, for food, for drinks, and have that little sly-looking or mean-mugging face on him. While the Caucasian people was there, Caucasian people was there in Mexico, and they was treating them like royalty. But it's because treating Jake like a scumbag or something. Right? That's all that hatred. That's evil eye towards our own people. But you got to remember, Trump is the one that said, what? You're going to put the Mexicans in the damn border in the concentration camp. And even have them build the wall. And they're going to pay for it. Right? You ain't had Jake like, nah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we going with you, Trump. Yeah, do that. Let's do that. Let's help. We have none of that, man. But he was like, nah, that's messed up. Why? Because we went through that same type of pain. Don't forget the incident that happened almost a year ago. So many people that live in New York in the Bronx, right? You had Simeon getting ready to damn near murder Jake that was coming to their block because of that Black Lives Matter movement. And they were saying they was messing up all the neighborhoods, trashing the stores and all that stuff. Don't you know they had Antifa agents, white Edomite agents that was coming into the neighborhoods and trashing the stores and everything, and then they will put Jake in the camera and act like he did it. So now you had Simeon with a damn machete, like a grouping with a damn machete, and Jake was just walking down the block, and they was chasing him out the block. Why? Because of that media, that propaganda. They're portraying us going against each other. We're supposed to be working together as a team. The Lord says, Genesis chapter 49, Shiloh's going to do the gathering. The gathering of the 12 tribes of Israel. We're going to gather together as a team, whether people like it or not. No more separation, no more diversity. Right? Read on. I think it's verse 57.
And towards her young, and towards her young, one that cometh out from between her feet, and towards her children which she bare. For she shall eat them for want of all things secretly, and the siege and straightness, wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates.
So it says the woman will come between her feet, the baby, right? That's also speaking with abortion as well. But it says, for her children which she shall bear, but she shall eat them for one of all things secretly in the siege and straightness. What is the siege and straightness? The siege is our captivity, which is America. She shall eat them secretly, right? Talking about child support. Taking advantage of your own kid. Putting all their names on the damn bill. The baby like 6 months old, and you got his name on the damn bill, on the damn phone bill. You got his name on the damn electric bill, whatever, on the water bill. Messed up his credit before he can return 1 year old. Right? Because what? You don't care about your children's future. Your daughter gets a little big, she gets like probably 14 or 15, and her body's developing, and all of a sudden the mother is jealous, trying to have a competition with her own daughter while the mother's like probably 35 or 40 years old, and the daughter is shaking. Right? Now she want to dress in all tight jeans and everything, trying to find a way to steal the daughter's boyfriend. Going to the clubs now. So yeah, I'm here with my homegirls and my girlfriend. We're going to have a ladies' night. No, you're supposed to be home taking care of your kids. And stop being jealous of your own daughter. Right? Read on.
God. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear his glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God.
Now, he's going to show you the punishment. Jump to verse 48.
This is 68?
48.
Therefore, verse 48, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemy, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he hath destroyed thee.
So the Lord's going to bring your enemies to come and attack you and destroy you, because you don't want to serve the Most High God. Right? Now check this. Let's get Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 5. Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 5. Right? These scriptures are going to show you how the Most High did us, how he kept his word. When he said, I'm going to send your enemies against you, the Lord did that multiple times. right? In multiple different generations and lifetimes. That means what? We've been sinning against the Lord for damn near forever. We've been in captivity for so long. Bring it out, King.
Isaiah chapter 10, verse 5. O Assyrians, the rod of my anger, and the staff in their hand is my indignation.
See, the Lord said the Assyrians, the rod of his anger. So he's using the Assyrian as a rod, right? For his anger and the staff in their hand is my indignation. Read on.
I will send him against the hypocritical nation and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil and to take the prey and to tread them down like the mire of the streets.
So the Lord said, I'm going to send the heathen against my people. And he called it the hypocritical nation. Right? Why are we hypocritical? Because we got the laws, but we want to break the laws. Like he said with the Pharisees in the book of Matthew. Right? You hypocrite. Right? They want to talk about keep the laws, keep the laws. They show you how to keep the laws, but they don't keep it themselves. They talk about keep it, but they don't keep it themselves. They're a bunch of hypocrites. That's why they said, Christ said what? He says, do as they say, but not as they do. Because they can talk this game, but they don't follow what they say. And he's going to what? His wrath is going to give him charge to take the spoil for prey and to tread us down like the mines of the streets. Beat us down, man. Have no mercy on us. You got our people getting beat down, crying, getting shot down, screaming, help, please help, and they still killing us. Now stop. Right? Because the Most High is applying that right pressure until we come back to him in righteousness. Right? Let me get Leviticus chapter 26. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 26, and we shall go to verse 17. Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 17.
The book of Leviticus chapter 26, verse 17. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you.
This is what happens when you're an enemy of the Most High God. Even though he's your God, you still can be an enemy of the Most High because you ain't keeping his commandments. And as you're not keeping his commandments, you're on his bad side now. Now that you're on his bad side, all the heathens are your enemies now. And they get to have dibs. They get to let loose. They get to let out all that jealousy, all that wrath they have towards you for you being God's chosen people. All right? How we can prove that? Let me get Jeremiah. Let's see. Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 7. That's the one. Jeremiah chapter 50 and verse 6. Let's start at verse 6.
In the book of Jeremiah chapter 50, verse 6. My people have been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray. They have turned them away on the mountain. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place.
So we become the Lord's sheep, going astray. We lost our way. Right? And look what it says right here. They have gone away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. That's not how exceedingly mighty we were as a nation. And mountain also represents nation and power and government. But now we're from a high-level government, powerful nation of Israel, to now we're healed. We're low in stature. We're low in power. We're low in this economy. Even though we spend $1 trillion, right? And this economy, the so-called black dollar, is worth more than $1 trillion. We're still not doing anything good for ourselves. We're still not building as a nation. They have forgotten their resting place. That's why we can't get no rest here. This is our captivity. Our resting place is home, which is Jerusalem. But let's see what happens since we've forgotten our people and our place. Read on.
All that found them have devoured them, and their adversaries said, we offend not, because they have sinned against the Lord, the habitation of justice, even the Lord, the hope of their fathers.
This is how powerful this verse is right here. Have you ever seen that show, Them? This TV show, Them. I think it's on, it's not on
Amazon.
Yeah, it's on Amazon. It's a powerful show. Have you ever watched the last episode of the show? You had the Edomite priest, and he was telling Jake and Eve, he said, we curse you, right? He said, we're cursing you, and we're basically doing all of this to you because we know you broke your covenant with him. When he was speaking about him, he was speaking about the Most High. The Edomite know that. So he said, now we can defile you. We can take advantage of you. We can do whatever we want to you because we know you broke your covenant with him. So now you got to answer to us. And it was just torturing them. It was loving. What do you think is happening today? Every time an Edomite kill us, Jake in the streets, beat us down like the damn cracker. I think it was last week, who killed the Jake, and then he had a damn American Confederacy flag, and Jake was sleeping with his daughter, and he went up to the attic and he killed Jake, and then he said he didn't do it. He said, I don't know. He shot himself with a shotgun. I don't know how he got there. Right? And then the police just put it right under the damn rug. They probably gave him a raise and everything. Right? But the key thing in this verse says, we offend not because they have sinned against the Lord. The heathens know this. They know this verse right here. They said, we do not offend. I don't know why y'all crying. I don't know why y'all mad. I don't know why y'all cursing at us. I don't know why y'all saying no justice, no peace. No, it is y'all fault. It's not ours. Y'all supposed to be leading. But y'all drop the ball, we're gonna take it and run with it. Yeah, okay.
And I mean, I think they in that part they rolled out like the red carpet. They slowed everything down. There was no way in a person's mind that doesn't know they're a so-called Israelite that's something important to highlight. Like that, they highlighted that theme. You know what I'm saying? So you're saying a very powerful thing. Like they highlighted the theme. They slowed everything down. She looked at him with that confusion look, and it was like it kept. It was weird. It was like a weird theme. So there's no way. Our people, they probably didn't see it, but.
That's all I got. Like you were saying, brother. The last two episodes, it was all about Israel. The last two episodes, the first 8 episodes was about Jake and dealing with the demons and everything, and looking within themselves. And then the last 2 episodes, they just switched the whole damn show. And we just gonna put all this stuff. Just put it all in there. Throw it all in there. Right? The heathens know, man. That's why all of the build, you can't build with your enemies. You got to build with each other. You got to gather together with each other. It's like information, important information. Warner Brothers, you got to let people know. Gather with like-minded people. Exchange information and righteousness, man. Try to help each other out. Try to help each other build. Between only us, because the heathens know exactly who we are. And as we continue to sin, guess what? We're giving them more power. As we continue to break these commandments, we are giving the heathen more power. As we continue to separate against each other and hate against each other, we are giving our enemy more power. It's like we're telling them to extend the prison time in this wicked place, man. Right? Because we have the Lord, the habitation of justice. You see, and the Lord is just. What happened to us is justice. We had before because how much wickedness we was doing. But the balance is what? Even the Lord, the hope of their fathers. Our forefathers, what is that hope? That everlasting glory, that kingdom. Even though we're in the hands of the wicked enemy, we still hoping for that kingdom. We still hoping to be free. You want to say something, Ken?
Yeah, Tony. It's like everything that was said tonight is very wild what's going on in the world, because you got this guy Kwame Brown, who is the so-called boss, whatever. He's going in on this effeminate men, and then you have behind the scenes all the educational people trying to stop slavery from being taught, because they're saying that it's promoting all this racism. This is literally what they're talking about. They're saying slavery being taught in the school has promoted racism. So it's, then that movie Them came out. It's so crazy what they're doing. It's like their agenda to try to desensitize and minimize everything that we are as a people, as Israelites. And, the only thing, most of the people that's not awake, they know that they're black, but they're taking that away. I haven't met too many people that's not Israelites that watch Nat Turner or Birth of a Nation. People haven't watched Harriet Tubman. People haven't watched Roots. Like, nobody's watching nothing. Like, I don't know too many people that watch them. They don't want to watch that no more. So it's kind of working. The white man agenda is working. But you got this guy on the scene who's not an Israelite, but he's trying to bring light to our people, even though he's not a Hebrew Israelite. But then you have the guy Meta. He's an NBA player, and he's saying he listens to everybody. In one of his interviews, he said, I listen to the Hebrew Israelite. He said, I listen to Polite, I listen to this person, and then he said, I listen to the Hebrew Israelites also, which that was a pretty big thing. He was on some huge platform. So, I don't know. It's all working. So what you're saying is it's making sense, especially in these scriptures. That's all I got.
Beautiful point. Let's go to the Songs of the Three Holy Children, verse 8. That's in the Apocrypha. Matter of fact, we start at verse 6. Verse 6.
Which one is it again?
The Songs of the Three Holy Children.
Okay.
And the one is called Prayer of Azariah. Verse 8. Verse 6. Let's start at verse 6.
Verse 6?
Matter of fact, no, we start at verse 5. Yeah, I don't read this book as much, the Songs of the Three Holy Children, but when you come back and read it, you're like, oh, you forget. Each verse is like a damn bomb, man. Each verse, God. This is a good book. It shows the sins we did against the Most High, and how our forefathers confessed, like, yeah, we messed up. They're like, God. Right? Start at verse 5, Ken.
Verse 5? God. The Song of the Three Holy Children, verse 5. For we have sinned and committed iniquity, departing from thee.
Verse 5.
Verse 5? Okay. Son, can you hear me? Okay. The Song of Three Holy Children, verse 5. For we have sinned and committed iniquity, departing from thee.
Right. So we have sinned and committed iniquity and departed from the Lord. We left our habitation, our first estate. Right? Read on.
In all things have we trespassed, and not obeyed thy commandments, nor kept them. Neither done as thou hast commanded us, that it might go well with us.
Right. So how do you disobey the Most High? By not obeying His commandments. And we didn't keep them. It's not a temporary thing, it's permanent. Right? And it says what? It might go well with us. What is that? That's the blessing. But let's see what happens since we didn't obey. Read on.
Wherefore all that thou hast brought upon us, and everything that has done to us, thou hast done in true judgment.
So what's sad to say, and it's hard to say, but it's very sad to say, all these killings that's happening to our people, that's the Most High judging our people, man, as a nation. For disrespecting Him and breaking His laws, man. He has raised up the most wickedest piece of crap heathen to come against us. And deep down, if you think about it, Esau is just doing his job because we didn't do our job. We did not do our job. So now the Most High, every time a Jake dies, the Lord is giving us a wake-up call. So we're supposed to be His most holy people, children of the Lord, sanctified. And He allows the devil to kill one of His angels, one of His people. That shows how furious He is with us. Read on.
And thou didst deliver us into the hands of lawless enemies, most hateful forsakers of God, and to unjust king, and the most wicked in all the world.
This is why I love this verse 9, man. It shows Esau. This is Esau right here. This whole verse. Lawless. He can't keep the commandments like Cain. Most hateful forsakers of God. He hates the Most High. That's why he even think he's the Most High. He pushed out Bashim Yahushua to the side, and now he's saying he's God. Like Antiochus Epiphanes. And to an unjust king. Right? Because the Lord didn't make him upright. He's crooked. And the most wicked in all the world. Who are the most wicked heathens on this earth? The Edomites. Right? Read on.
And now we cannot open our mouths. We are become ashamed and reproach to thy servant and to them that worship thee.
Now we ashamed and a reproach, like it says in Proverbs, and also like it says in Deuteronomy 28, the curses. Why should we be ashamed? Because we was at the top. But now we're in the hands of our enemy. In America. America is also known as the most wicked place of the #1 prison system. Right? And the Lord says what? He's going to have us be spoiled. Let's get Isaiah 42 and verse 22. The Lord is he's letting the heathens take advantage of us like crazy, man. And all of that is judgment and justice. Right? Isaiah 42 and verse 22.
Oh, 42 verse 22?
God.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 22.
Bring it out.
But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared, dark, and whole. They are all of them snared and whole, and they are hid in prison houses, none delivereth for a spoil, and none saith, restore.
Right. So remember, it says we're laid in holes, snared in prison houses, spoiled, and none say restore. Now, we always use this scripture to talk about our people that's in prison right now, that's getting locked up by the society, by the system, by the wicked cops, that's putting drugs in our neighborhoods and everything, oppressing us, like in Psalm chapter 10. Right? Now, check this. Go to Psalm chapter 10. We're going to go right back to Isaiah 46. Go to Psalm chapter 10. And we'll start at verse, let me see. Psalm chapter 10, and we'll go to verse 8.
8. The book of Psalms, chapter 10, verse 8. He sitteth in the lurking places of the villages, and the secret places doeth he murder the innocent. His eyes are privily set against the poor.
His eyes are set against us. He's in the lurking places. Those are the cops that's watching, circling all over the block. They watching, they hunting. Who are they hunting? They hunting us. Why? Because we're the prey. We are the prey now. Read on.
He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He doeth catch the poor when he draweth him into his net.
It says Esau is that lion in a den. What is the den? America. This is his home field advantage right here.
That eagle.
There you go. Yeah, but he said he's a lion too. He's the eagle, but he's also a lion. Because guess what? There's two lions in the Bible. The Lion of Judah, which is Christ, and Esau, that wicked roaring lion, which is in 1 Peter 5 and 8. But he's also that eagle. The eagle does what? It's the king of the air. It has overwatch. It's watching everything. It's seeing everything. It has an overview. It knows exactly where everyone is at. Right? The eagle's at the air, but the lion is at the ground. Guess what? They got drones, but guess who's on the ground? The police. So he lies in wait to catch the poor. You ever see you driving at speed? The speed is like let's say the speed is 75, and you drive just like 80 or 85 just to get somewhere. And then you have the highway. You see the Edomite cop cars at the highway in the cut, just waiting for you in the little bushes. As soon as you drive past them, next thing you look back, or you see, you hear a patrol car and everything. Next thing they got to pull you over and stop you. That's wicked as hell. That is wicked as hell. You setting traps right there just to catch people that's speeding. Right? They can go even 5 miles ahead, and you still going to catch them and give them a ticket. And plus, people trying to fill your quota. Guess what you'll start to do? You start to wait till you see black people driving, and you start to pull them over. What about the Edomite that's going 200 miles a damn hour? When you pull over a so-called black or Hispanic person that's driving. Why? Because this is home field advantage. He can do whatever he wants. We're now in his house. And who gave him that rulership? The Most High. Why? To oppress us. To beat our behind, man. To the point where we like, oh, man, Yahweh, please help us, man. Get us out of here, man. We had enough. We had enough. But the thing with our people is not about speaking. You got to go with force. You got to use action on them. He lied to wait to catch the poor. He doeth catch the poor when he drove him into his net. Right? We don't.
Salakia real quick. What he's saying is that the definition, or today's word, is entrapment. So you look at the definition of entrapment. The action of tricking someone into committing a crime in order to secure their prosecution. So that's a modern day term that the cops use, entrapment. It's right here in the Bible. So just to land me back on what you were saying, that's what they're doing, entrapment.
Beautiful point, King. Beautiful point. Right? And you're doing what? You're entering into that trap. But guess what? We're already in that trap. We're in captivity. How the hell we got in this trap?
God.
Right? Drop that and go to Deuteronomy chapter 28. These are scriptures showing you. I'm playing the picture for y'all to show y'all we are in this cage right now, man. How did we get in this cage? How is this Edomite, this damn eagle, this wicked lion, roaring, taking advantage of us like this? Right? Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and look for this verse. Let me see. There's a specific verse I'm looking for. So I get a specific verse. Let me see. I'll find it. Yeah, just go to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and go to verse. Where's it at? There you go. There you go. Deuteronomy 28, verse 23. This is the one. Start at verse
22.
God. Oh, praise God. Yeah, you already know what I'm talking about. Bring it out, King.
God. Look at Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 22. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with a inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with the blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thy perish.
So basically, the Lord said, I'm going to jack you up.
God.
I'm going to jack you up. Consumption with fever. You know, damn well, when you got a fever, man, you can't even think, man. You're like, you need some water, whatever, your head is hurting, the headaches and everything. Inflammation. That inflammation could be back problems, knee problems, right? It can be diseases, STDs, and like it says, extreme burning, right? It was from all this sexual activity, all this stuff. Right now, they got what? They got LGBT movement, and they got to the point where the HIV or whatever, they said you could take a pill, and it could disguise that you got HIV. So whatever partner you having sex with, they don't know you got AIDS. And then you give them the AIDS, and then they find out probably 2 months later.
Wow.
Now, are you gonna get blamed for that? No. If you're giving up the HIV/AIDS, not, because guess what? They got laws for protection to protect you now. So you basically gave somebody a death sentence, and you could walk around free, like Billy Porter. What that flamboyant, flaming fire, homos, piece of crap, man. Right? Less than 2 weeks ago, he said he had HIV for more than 14 years. Of course. And guess what? Wow. They're going to still promote him even more. Right? And with the sword, that's the gun. And with the blaster and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. So the Lord going to have you suffer, being destroyed in the land of your enemy, and going to let you get killed. But look how it's going to be set up. This is another case right here. Read on.
And the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron.
The Lord said the heaven over you is going to be brass, hard material. Is a cage, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. We're being put in this cage. All around us, we can't escape. That's why verse 68, in verse 68, Deuteronomy 28:68, the last verse it says what? You shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. You're not going to escape out of this cage. You got to deal with it. You got to go with that prison sentence. You got to go through it. And in the meantime you're going through it, your enemy is rampant, just taking advantage of you and everything. And you got to endure. Right? Let's do another one. Let's again. So can you hear me?
I hear you.
And let's go to verse 2. Right. That's why they got that scene with the zoo, with the animals in the zoo. Right? All of them is in a cage, all different exotic animals. But they do what? They separate them. The elephant, the gorilla, the lion, they separate all of them. Why? Because they know if they let one of them out, if he's smart enough, he break the other cage for the gorilla or the elephant, and they all work together as a team, that place is finished. Right? That represents the 12 tribes of Israel. We're all in the prison. We're all in the cage. And we seem to not want to work together. To break out of it by keeping the commandments together as a nation. That's the key to that lock. Bring it out, King.
God, Book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, Babylon the Great is fallen, the habitation of devils, in the hold of every foul spirit, in a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
So it says Babylon the Great, not the regular Babylon, the Great Babylon. Why? Because in this cage is all the wicked kingdoms. And it says the habitation of devils. It's not just speaking about regular devils. This is speaking about legions. And it holds every foul spirit. Right? The spirit of lies, the spirit of wrath, the spirit of envy, jealousy. All these demons are here. Right? And it's all what? In a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. And guess who else is in Babylon? The children of Israel. So we got to deal with all of this. We got to deal with all of this. We're surrounded by all of this wickedness. While serving our captivity in this wicked prison. That's why you got to have discernment. You got to be circumspect. You got to know what you're dealing with. That's why I said, be spirit, but believe not every spirit. Right? You got to be circumspect. We use it. And it's like the show Prison Break. The only way to get out of this, that's what happened in that show with Michael Scofield. He had a plan, he had a scheme and everything, but he couldn't do it by himself. The inmate that he hated, his enemies know that. Guess what? They all had to put their mind together and work as a team. That's speaking about the 12 tribes of Israel. Right?
Shalaki.
Tom, go ahead, King.
And just to let me back what the brother's saying, if you look up the definition of Babylon, it says a contemptuous or dismissive, a contemptuous or dismissive term for aspects of a society seen as degenerate or oppressive, especially by the police. So, just let me back what he said.
All right, hey, drop the cord, drop the mic, huh? Yeah.
That's it. Just trying to get Israel to, to just understand that we're not just talking, reading words and they don't mean nothing. Like, you guys got to research this stuff the same way when you out there in the corner talking about sports. Oh, LeBron James had, he's this. You research it, like, oh, yeah, come on, I researched it. You lying. So it's the same difference. So we got to get into the habit, going into this book and using definitions and stuff, because the brothers, they speaking this knowledge, spitting this hot fire,
Beautiful point, beautiful point. And that's what we're saying. That's how I try to put your mind in the frame of prison. Right? All different personalities in the prison. Right? You got that perpetual liar. You got the dude that's in prison for being a rapist or whatever. You got the dude in prison for just being there for being innocent. And they put the case on him. And he didn't do it. You got the dude that was a bona fide killer, drug dealer. All different personalities in this prison. Who that represents? That represents our people from suffering all these different curses. Smitten with madness, coming from all different lifestyles. Mental issues. Adapting to the environment. Learning the ways of the evil foul spirit that's here in this cage of America. Like I said, Jeremiah 4:22, my people's wise and do wicked. When it comes to good, they have no knowledge. And what's important as well is a brotherhood that has been destroyed. That's why I started with Ecclesiastes 9:4-9. 2 is better than 1. When the two kingdoms come together, that two stick as one united kingdom of Israel. That's when you break out of this cage. Let me get Zechariah chapter 11, verse 14. Right? All this hatred, all of this stuff, all of this, they gotta stop, man. We are literally, man, people is trying to fight for eternity, for the kingdom, for salvation. Our prison time is almost up. It is almost up, man. And we're about to get the damn heathen, the vagabond, to get an eternal life sentence. Esau, Edom, these heathens, man. And it's about to be trading places, and it's going to be a sunny, bright day. A beautiful day. Right? But first, we got to understand the brotherhood. Bring it out, King. Zechariah 11:14.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 11, verse 14. Then I cut asunder my other staff, even bands, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel.
So the Lord is the one that did that. That's part of the curses, like in Deuteronomy 28:54. That evil eye towards your brother, the Most High did that now. The teamwork that Judah and Israel have, Northern and Southern Kingdom as the 12 tribes of Israel, as the nation, the mighty men of the Lord, the most unstoppable army on this earth, and now it's split. Now we can't work together as a team. Everybody want to be selfish. Everybody want to do their own thing. Everybody think they the ones that, hey, my tribe, this and that, hey, we can do this by ourselves. We don't need nobody. Cursing at each other, talking about Moreno, hey, black, or this and that. The Hispanic Spaniards making nicknames or whatever. Disparaging each other. Calling each other wicked names, porch monkey, spick, wetback. All different things. Not knowing all of that is part of the curses, not just the curses. The wicked heathens, the one that put that in our spirit. They hate each other like that. And who's the one that used them? The Most High. All of this is part of that punishment. Right? Like Christ said, who's my disciples? Those that you know how they treat their brothers and their sisters. That's how you can tell those the one that love Yahweh Hashem Shah. But now the brotherhood is broken. That staff is broken. And the staff represents rulership, power. Right? Drop that. Let me get John chapter 15 and verse 12. John chapter 15, and we'll go to verse 12. Bring it out, King. John chapter 15 and verse 12. You there? Shalom, can you hear me?
My bad. I'm sorry. I had it on mute. Good. John chapter 15, verse 12. This is my commandment.
You read the whole scripture?
I think I did. I'm up here trying to hear myself. I'm on TikTok. John chapter 15, verse 12. This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you.
Right? So that's the commandment. Right? Love is commandment. But look what the Lord is saying right here. Read on. Read on.
God, greater love have no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends.
That's the ultimate love. When you're willing to lay down your life, willing to give your future for the next man or for the next sister to make sure they have a better future, to make sure they keep pushing to keep building for the nation. You're willing to sacrifice to make the betterment for the whole nation. That's the ultimate love. That's what Yahweh did. Right? But the Lord says what? In Zechariah 11 and 14, he has cut the asunder of the brotherhood, the band of the brotherhood. Now we don't show as much love as we're supposed to do before. Now people want to be selfish. People used to lay down their life for their own people. Now you're quick to what? To call each other cool. Right? Now you're quick to what? To call each other out, especially in the sport. Call me Brown. You know?
Mom.
Right? Mama's cooking.
Mama's cooking.
Right? They was talking about the brother for damn near 20 years. And who was doing it? Who was the one that was talking about him the most? His own people. His own people dogging him out. To please who? Master. Where's the love for your own people now? Right? Like we said with Stephen A. Kwame Brown. You talk about Kwame Brown? And made a pun out of that young brother, man. 16 years old. So the dude was quiet for almost 20 years. Ain't say nothing back. And they were just dogging him. There's a difference between cracking jokes on somebody and you trying to destroy their life type of stuff, man. Your own people, man. And now look when he's speaking now. Now look when he's talking now. He damn near sitting on tangibly handing the damn media they're behind right now. And literally just exposing everything about the industry, the sports, how people is passive aggressive. You got people like Charlemagne and all this stuff pushing that homosexual agenda. anytime he can. Right? Even talking about the Matt Barnes situation, as he said, Becky with the good hair. Right? Exposing all of this, man. Exposing all of this and just literally just calling out all the cool. Why? Because they ain't got no love for their own people. But the Lord is saying, Zephaniah 2:1, gather together, they should not desire. And people like Stephen A. Smith and Charlemagne the God, as he want to call it, whatever, from South Carolina, whatever, people like that is finished. Because they're riding with the system. Billy Porter, people like that is finished, man. They already chose their side. They already chose their team. Right? It's like the Uncle Ruckus on the Boondocks. He already chose his team. So what the Lord does is what? Brings out that separation. And then there's those that's in the truth, that's in righteousness, that's trying to gather as a nation. That's about the gathering the brothers of the sisterhood, the building. Not just speaking about it, but doing it. And go by action. Those are the ones that's going to escape these curses. Those are the ones that are starting to escape these curses, and it's shown right now. And then what start to happen? Boom, you start to escape out of that mental prison. And you come back to this truth. Little by little, you're starting to wake up, and guess what's happening? Little by little, these curses are starting to come off of you. Because instead of that, you're getting blessings now. And the blessings is pouring in down like non-stop. Non-stop. For every wicked Jake that the Lord is killing, is a righteous Israelite the Lord is waking up. Right? Let me get Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 18. Proverbs chapter 21 and verse 18.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 18. The wicked shall be a ransom for the righteous, and the transgressor for the upright.
So the Lord is doing switching places. The Lord is giving in the wicked to the hands of these Edomites, and he's protecting the righteous that's keeping his commandments. And the transgressor for the upright. Those that break the sins of the commandments of the Lord. And especially those that sinning, and we tell them that they're sinning, and they don't give a damn that they're sinning. The Lord's going to give you a quick, fast, and a hurry, man. And a cold plate, which is a dish of revenge, which is best served cold. And then when you asking the Most High to help you, no, it's too late. You chose the side. You picked the side already. Day by day, the righteous is starting to wake up. And day by day, the wicked is starting to get put to death. All right? Let me get Psalm chapter 119 and verse 142. And you know what's funny? The ransom also is like a prison sentence. You gotta have somebody to fill that jail, right? So you take the innocent man out and you put the wicked criminal in there. All right, bring it out, kid.
119 verse 42?
142.
No, not one.
Psalm
142 you said?
Psalm 119, verse 142.
Oh, Salakia.
Psalms 119 and verse 142.
Okay, okay. All right, the book of Psalms, chapter 19. Oh, man, hold up. Say it again.
119. Psalm chapter 119 and verse 140.
Oh, okay. So I did my bad.
Psalm 119 and verse 142.
Okay. The book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth.
That's why it says the righteous. You're going to ransom the wicked for the righteous and the upright. And the righteous is going to be what? Everlasting righteousness. Right? That's eternity. That's of the kingdom of heaven. And thy law is the truth, which the heathens don't want to keep because it's not for them. And our people don't even want to keep it at all, even though it's only for them. Right? For example, we had a situation 2 weeks ago. We had camp in Detroit. And we had the heathen bow. And he wanted to listen to the word and everything. And he was bowing and everything. But we were telling Jake, like, yo, you're an Israelite and you don't even want to hear this word. You don't respect the word of God. But you got the heathen willing to take heed and listen to this word. Right? It's an everlasting righteousness and that law is the truth. Now jump from there and let's go to verse 154. Salaki, 158.
Book of Psalms, chapter 119, 158. I beheld the transgressors and was grieved because they kept not thy word.
So David said he was mad with the transgressors. He was mad at his own people that didn't want to be righteous. Right? Because they didn't keep the word of Yahweh Shem Shah. Why was David mad at his own people? Because he know as a nation, guess what? You rise as a nation, you fall as a nation. And judgment is going to come for the nation of Israel for breaking God's laws and commandments. So David, as the shepherd, he had to lead them in righteousness. And what happened to the wicked of your people that don't want to follow the ways of the Lord? The Lord sifts them out. Like the saying goes, the little leaven up the whole lump. So that leaven got to go. And that's what the Lord is doing. He broke down the brotherhood of northern and southern kingdom, split them, right? And at the same time, tried them like gold in the fire in America captivity. And the ones that he want to gather together, he's sifting them out. The ones that want to take heed to the commandment, he's gathering them together as those two sticks. Right? Let me give Zechariah chapter 9. So we shall go to verse. Zechariah chapter 9, and let's go to verse 13. Zechariah chapter 9 and verse 13.
The book of Zechariah, chapter 9, verse 13. When I have bent Judah for me, fill the bow with Ephraim, and raise up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece, and made thee as the sword of a mighty man.
So that two is better than one. The bow and arrow. Right? Bend Judah for me and fill the bow with Ephraim. against against Greece. Who's that? The Grecians, the Edomites. You got the bow and arrow against that sword. Right? Well, let's see what that bow and arrow is going to do. Read on.
And the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning. And the Lord God shall blow the trumpet, and shall go with whirlwind of the south.
Now, what's funny about this scripture, this already happened before, right? But it's not in the way you thought it was. The situation was speaking about King David against Goliath, right? The Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as lightning. It was speaking about that slingshot as well, right? It's like a bow and arrow. It's that slingshot. And Goliath is the one with that heavy sword, right? And then David slayed him as a young kid. That's why he even said in Micah 5:7, it says Israel's going to be like a lion, but yet like a young lion. And he goes upon treading down upon those, and no man can save them, like a lamb. What happened after that? After King David killed Goliath, then he started singing songs about King David. Saul killed his thousands, and King David killed his 10,000. What do you think is going to happen now for our people in these last days? When the Most High sent his son Yahweh shot to slay that wicked heathen, that dragon, and then give the men of the Lord that power as hunters. It's going to be singing praises forever, man. Forever. And that's us breaking out of that cage. Let me get Micah chapter 4, verse 13. We're going to end it off with that. Micah chapter 4 and verse... Matter of fact, let's start at verse 10. 10 on down. We'll end it off right there.
The book of Micah, you said chapter 4?
Yeah, Micah chapter 4, verse 10. 10 on down.
The book of Micah, chapter 4, verse 10. Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail. For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thy enemy.
So it says, be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion. The Lord is telling us, hey, you got to go through this captivity. You got to go through this punishment. You got to suffer. Right? For now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt go in the field. Thou shalt go even to Babylon. So that's why the Most High brought us to Babylon. He told us we're going to have to suffer here. But there is where we're going to be delivered. This is where the deliverance is going to be at. We don't realize we got front row seats to see the downfall of our enemy. We got front row seats to see our people get raised up to their lowest state. Front row seats to the wickedness and the evil that's going on, the atrocities, and why the Lord got to wipe this place out. With the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah, of Babylon, the Hamites, the Cushites, the Canaanites, the abomination of Moab and Ammon. All the wickedness for why the Most High would destroy all these wicked heathen kingdoms is all being put right in America right now. And we're seeing it. We're witnessing it. The Bible books is manifesting right now. And it says, the Lord shall redeem thee from the hand of thy enemies. Remember, the three holy children, verse 9. It said we have been brought into the hands of our enemies, the most wicked of all the evil. And the Lord shall redeem you from them. Right? Jump to verse 13.
Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thy horns iron, and I will make thy hooves brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. And I will consecrate their game unto the Lord, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth.
So remember what I brought out that scripture in Deuteronomy 28, where I said the heavens and the floors of brass and iron. Now the Lord said, I'm going to make you a brass and iron. Your power is going to be a brass and iron now. What does that mean now? He's going to let us oppress these heathens now. And that's another cut that doctrine talking about we're not going to have no slaves in the kingdom. Right? What you mean?
God.
The Lord said, I'm gonna make thine horn iron and make thy hooves brass. Horn represents power. That rod of what? Instruction. That rod of viciousness when you beat down the heathen like a potter's vessel. That staff of rulership. And I'll make thy hooves brass. That's speaking about straight up oppression. The Lord is basically saying we're gonna get our get back. And thou shalt beat in pieces many people. That's speaking about the heathens. Right? We're going to get our payback. But we got to go through this, man. We got to deal with this census. But the time is almost up. Right? For anybody that ever went to prison, you know that time, man, when it's like, hey, you got like 2 more months and then you out. You know, you can't sleep now. You're counting the days. You think about what's going to happen 3 days and 3 nights. Right? You contemplate, like, yeah, as soon as I get out, I'm going to do this. Hey, man, I'm going to go to this business right here. I'm going to hook this up, man. I'm going to get this car right there. Man. I'm going to get some fly, Gucci, whatever, all of this stuff, man. Right? You thinking, you planning. Right? That's us in this captivity right now. We planning. We thinking, man. We're like, man, we going to get this here. We going to get that. We going to pray for them, man. Just give us the boss right there, man. We'll have these Edomites working 10 days straight. Forget the 7 days. It's going to be 10 days straight. 24/6, not 24/7. You know, we're going to wait till the Sabbath and let them get that break. Right? And it says, I will consecrate their gain unto the Lord and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth. Gain and substance. Like the Lord said in Exodus, so he says we're going to have favor against the Egyptians. That's why you got people with the stimulus check left and right, man. And more is coming. Right? The Lord going to make sure we eat. And this place is going down. But those that want to be part of the gathering, those that don't want to be part of this truth, well, guess what? Just kick rocks. And just deal with that lake of fire, man. You know, just deal with the lake of fire, and we'll see you on the other side. But the ones that's trying to gather, that's trying to stay in the spirit, you know, we all do this together as a family, do this together as a team, man. Right? That's why I started with that scripture. 2 is better than 1. Teamwork makes the dream work. So we got to go through this, man, but it's a little while, and most high will we all be in the chariots, man, together, just chilling, smiling, having a good time. You know, with that, they'll praise Yahweh Bashim Shah and call me Ashral.
Call me Ashral.
Sean, I yield the floor.
Call me Ashral.
Call me Ashral. So we'll close out with the prayer. You know, it's 1 a.m. right now. I don't think anybody got any questions, any topics, or whatever. So we'll close out with the Lord's Prayer. You know, a beautiful lesson from the brother Yenya. You know, we'll try to have the brother Einwaz out next time when he can. You know, in the meantime, you know, we just continue to stay consistent. We just continue to build. You know, we stay in the spirit. And, you know, throw them pains and curses, man, to America, man, to bring death and destruction to this place. You know? So I'll give you at least 30 seconds, and we'll pray out with the Lord's Prayer.
God, it's the Lord's Prayer, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, in Paleo Hebrew. Abinawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakovka, Daba'a, Batazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Hawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Nadanawa, Lahab, Ho, Yawam, Wasalachnawa, Habwafnawa, Kasalachnawa, Habwafinawa, Wala'a, Tabiyainawa, Banasayawan, Abal, Hawashainawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Lata, Hamlakwa, Waha'alal, Wahataparaf, Laiwalamyan, There we say, all praise Yahweh Shino Shai. May the Most High bless you, brothers and sisters. And let's continue to indulge and stay consistent. Let's continue to rise in Kwame Yeshua. Shalom. Shalom.
Con. Another great Thursday night class. The word of Yahweh. Kohola Yahweh. Bashima Mashiach Yahushai. With that, love one another, stay in contact with one another, stay fervent in that spirit, Israel, and keep your faith up. And keep that sin